Oh boy, I finally get around to talk about George Raccoon. Yeah, basically I wanted to make a full-length commentary on this, but then I realized most of the points were technical wise. Also, if anyone points out this video is over a year old, I'll have you know that neither George nor Ernie seem to have improved enough. Okay, maybe Ernie.
And we already hit some issues. Remember when I said in the beginning that he commentated on a year-old video of mine? Well, this is it. He looked over me and Illinois34's co-op on Halo Fan to find flaws. However, some problems rise up when you take into account what he says. So Jack, you say that most of the points are technical wise and that I haven't improved, which is honestly laughable since you went after a year-old video of mine showing that I still do this, but that isn't the case. Considering you have all these commentaries I've done in 2016 alone will discredit it, but I'll go with the most recent commentary I did before Jack's video came up, which is my video on Keyblade Smasher. Anyone who saw that video told me that I have noticeably improved in terms of my editing, acting, delivery, so on and so forth. And plus, the call with Ernie was during the time I still used iMovie for my commentaries, and even then, my next solo commentary at the time was on Jarrett the Dog, which was done in Adobe Premiere Elements. So yeah, I don't see the point in tackling this video in terms of showing that I haven't improved.
Also new avatar.
So what's the—
Wow, CommentJack, didn't know you were a time traveler. Now get the fuck out.
Listen to this. This intro is just so epic, it doesn't even need music. In fact, I haven't even played my actual intro yet. Hold on.
Ding ding dong.
I think you're looking too deep to find a flaw, when in reality, you'll be bitten by piranhas. Since this commentary of mine was done in iMovie, I really can't do much in terms of editing an incredibly fancy intro. And I also didn't want to use the basic template intros, since they can be overdone as shit. Also, even if it were lazy, I make a joke out of it since I put the text, insert fancy intro here, meaning that I know my intro is incredibly lazy and I'm going with it. When you use your old intro, the key difference between my intro and your intro is that mine is just basic text to go with a black background, while yours has actual footage when, without music, makes it look worse, while with mine, it has no visual flair so it doesn't come off as jarring. And finally, I can bring up another example that could take away any validity in this point and to segue into what Jack says next.
Wait, I don't even use that intro anymore.
Yeah, you don't use his intro anymore, but here's the thing. I don't use mine either anymore, as it's even evident by the Fox commentary on Arrow, Dragon, and Golden Wolf, which not only came out a month after my co-op with Ernie, but was also edited by me and I made the intro which has music to go with it. It's honestly laughable that you don't take into account not only videos on my channel, but videos on Fox at the time that were edited by me.
Hello guys, Zozo here. Today's commentary is on Leafy Green Production, on his commentary on Awesome Commentators. If you don't know who awesome commentators are...
Dude, we all know who awesome commentators are, so you don't need to explain.
But what about the people who don't know who awesome commentators are?
Hey, if everyone supposedly knows who Gligar is, anything is fucking possible.
Ah, my fucking ears! Okay, so many issues with this one bit. First off, to go with the lesser three evils, yeah, you stole that joke from YouTube, dude, plain and simple.
Well, I guess you could see it as that. I suppose it isn't bad, though, but hey, the original wasn't so great either.
Seriously, that settles the exact same as his video. You let the clip play, it cuts to your avatar saying nothing, and then everything gets distorted, causing loud noise. To continue to the second problem, let me ask you a question, Jack. Do you care about your audience? No, seriously, do you? The audio isn't the levels of ear piercing, where someone like me can get their ears hurt. And I watch YouTube poops for crying out loud. Not to mention what this could do to anyone that might have sensitive ears or people wearing headphones. Yeah, way to be considerate. Anyone who has any sort of intelligence would make it loud, but not to the point where ears can hurt. Make it scratchy, but not unbearable. Plus, to go with the previous problem I mentioned, YouTube Dudes lasted less than yours by only 1 second. Also, YouTube Dudes didn't hurt everyone's ears compared to yours. And finally, to address the point itself, you wasted an entire minute to say something that has no significance and amounts to nothing. First off, nice redundancy. Secondly, what me and Ernie were doing were nothing more than jabs at Halo fans' expense and doing a bit of chemistry, as evident by the bit you cut out.
Hey, if everyone supposedly knows who Gligar is, anything is fucking possible. Okay, fine. Let him continue.
On top of that, it wouldn't waste time since it was an audio duct over it rather than cutting him off to say it.
However, Leafy Green decided to do a commentary on it, and it was really terrible. So, let's begin.
There's all this bullshit about Hey, Halo fan, I found something really juicy we can go do a co-op on.
Wow, what is it?
Good lord, YouTube was my acting sucks. They got another card to use that. Here's what you get. Retakes.
Dude, why did you do retakes?
Oh my fucking god, you can't be serious. The guy gives a critique on acting and your response is, why retakes? This shit is what many other people have called you out on, not just Leafy.
George, don't go angry on me.
Okay, I get this is a joke, but your voice sounds like you're fucking drunk. Especially if you're on the level that Ernie needs to call you out. Like, not the worst, but still. Get good.
I love how you say out loud that I sound drunk, but then you have text saying that it wasn't even anger. Now, I get that commentators sometimes put up text to say something minor to add to their point, or just for a simple correction. But here, this text is a completely different argument. It feels like CommentJack wanted to keep the point about me sounding drunk, but then realized that it didn't sound like anger, so rather than changing the point entirely, he has them separate from each other. No attempt to fix it. None. And I think what annoys me more about this point is that Jack never tells me why I sound like it and how to improve. Seriously, this interjection amounts to, you sound retarded. Why do I sound retarded? Get good. But that doesn't tell me anything. Get good. CommentJack. You can't just say this is a problem without explaining why my acting sounds bad or how I can improve from it. I think this could be labeled as an ad hominem, thank you very much.
Four commentaries on a troll. 4.
A frickin' 4.
Get it? He done full commentaries. And also, stop repeating yourself.
You fucking what, mate?
Stop repeating. You do know that you slowing it down makes it dragged out, right? When I repeated what Halo fan said, I lowered his pitch and I made him a tiny bit slower. Not to the point where it's just droning on and I wondered to myself, why?
Don't do it.
You know, considering the fact that you are infamous for that, and still continue to do it to this day?
Don't do that. I swear to God, Ernie, if you fuck...
You're one to talk.
He said it, guys! He fucking said it!
Wow! 2 YouTube jokes, what a miracle!
He said it, guys. He fucking said it.
Legit the exact same wording and way of delivery. You can't tell me that he didn't take this joke from somewhere. Also, Master TP10's going to need $7 for you taking his voice clip from Ryan's 37th commentary. Thank you.
Okay, I have to explain this because this has been a problem not just with Ernie, but with most commentators in the fucking community. I wanted to talk about the "you're not one to talk" statement for a long fucking time. The point should never be that someone's point is invalid just because it does something similar. It should be that if someone's going to criticize someone else, they need to use that exact same criticism for themselves. It's called practice what you preach. It's a similar statement, but it actually tries to help rather than fucking silence your opponent.
Whoa, slow down there, buddy. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. All Ernie said was, you're one to talk, not, you're one to talk, therefore you're wrong. Well, yes, just saying that because they're hypocrites doesn't mean their point is validated, but here's the thing. He wasn't trying to make a point about his hypocrisy. He was just pointing out the hypocrisy and leaving it at that. It isn't silencing anyone in this regard. You know, for a point that you wanted to make really big considering the music, you fell flat. Also, something as well that I noticed during this point while editing is, well, learn to fucking audio balance. If the ear-piercing joke from earlier was any indication that CommentJack doesn't know how to make the audio equal to each other, it's freaking noticeable here. CommentJack sounds too quiet, and given the music is at a similar volume to his audio,
this presents a problem.
I at least try to balance everything as best as I could. Here, this can make your point harder to understand. Granted, this is the only time where CommentJack's audio is really quiet, but it's still an issue nonetheless.
If you don't know who Glocko 13 is, dude, we actually, everyone knows who Glocko 14 Bits is, with Metal Gears.
Wait a minute, you just cut out one of Leafy's statements.
You know what? I'll admit that's a decent point. Wait a minute.
Glocko 14 Bits is.
Assertions everywhere.
Okay, George, what was the point of showing that fucking clip? Is this something that's gonna be brought up later? You know what? I have to find out. There isn't!
And now we have another argument I have issues with. 1. I love how you say my point was decent when I said that he cut out Leafy's statement and just leave it at that. This is coming from CommentJack, everybody. If you say that the person you commented on did something and do nothing to strengthen your argument, that's a decent point. Great job! Great deductive skills! Anyway, to go to the second thing, which ties with the first, the point of me showing the clip is to provide evidence that he did cut out Leafy. Yeah, how dare I show proof to back up my claim? It's like you don't pay attention to the video to hear my entire point. As for the third bit, I'll tackle that later.
His opinion of the game actually sucks.
First of all, it wasn't that the game sucked. It was the point that the game was linear. Second of all, if things used to back up an opinion are wrong factually, this game can still critique the opinion if things used to back it up are wrong factually.
So yeah.
Self-action designed by developers. Oh my god, why can't people in the community just skip it instead of speeding up?
George? We're about to hit that minute mark. Just saying. George? Are you there? Is anyone there?
10 seconds. Really?
Okay, if he wasn't
Oh, there you are. Now you understand why people speed up the video, now do you?
I just love the condescending attitude you have in this point. It's just remarkable how you aren't hiding the fact that— wait, no, not yet. Let's address what he says. Yes, I left a good chunk of nothing that doesn't really contribute to Ernie's point. But here's the thing though. Your advice is to speed it up when the thing you should have said was that I skipped it. Really, the original bit up until after Hillfan says, "So there," could have been cut out because it wasn't needed whatsoever. When you speed it up, it only helps to keep in lengthy context, and that bit you showed didn't really have much going for it. And if we were to go by the way you sped up clips, motherfucker, your way of speeding it up would be the last thing I would do, since the way you speed it up is way too fucking fast that previous degrees sound unintelligible.
Dude, why did you do retakes?
Yeah, way to be the role model of fast forwarding everywhere. I will listen to everything you say in the year of never.
And yes, he keeps doing this shit for the entire video. Basically dragging out the video to the point where Elon Musk would have an entire fucking country on Mars.
Any sort of examples? Anything to show how much needless footage I kept in the video, or any timestamps? Well, fuck you too then.
Start the game, gets an intro, where your engineer, military base setting, number 69, 420, and he got infiltrate some fucking base, and then he got absorption.
Wow, thank you. You are so informative. Literally describing what I'm watching on screen. I'm blind. No,
He's just explaining the information to everyone.
Oh joy, another one of Leafy's points that Halo-Fan cut out.
He's just
Should we just put a counter for—
You do not have consent.
So wait a minute. Earlier you said that there was nothing important about me showing clips of Leafy's statement, and how it was pointless. And yet, when we get to the part where I show the next instance of this happening, you cut out the clip of Leafy saying there's no need, and when Ernie tries to start saying about putting a counter, you cut him off with a Rorm clip. Are you serious right now? What way of commentating is this? You don't just say early on that there's no point, and then when I show out the issue with Halofan's video again, you just go like, no need, funny Rorm. I mean, what?
Final thoughts. This video was terrible.
Just like Halo fans' entire catalog.
Just like Leafy Green's entire catalog of videos. And yes, I'm talking about his commentary on Future Blood. That commentary sucked.
Just like executing a joke poorly, especially when he says Leafy's entire video library.
And the joke hit the event horizon.
Wait, what? What do you mean event horizon? Does it mean by the fact that it's like a black hole? I don't get it. What you're trying to say is vague as fuck. Now, the rest of the video is just CommentJack playing the rest of my video for little to no reason other than to make jokes. Not even final thoughts. Though I want to point out one joke he did.
Should we just give our final thoughts?
After you!
Well, I don't have much to say, other than it's an atrocious commentary and you honestly have shown very little sign of improvement. Ernie, I'm sure you have a lot to say. Go on ahead.
Okay, Halo fan, it's clear to me that you haven't learned much since I first commented on you. Now, I'm not going to say quit making commentaries if you enjoy making them, but I have a few things that can help you improve. Number 1, don't follow what Sean Sampson does. At least not now, since Sean still can't bother to do retakes, constantly steals likes from other users, mostly me, and still makes inferior content. Number 2, use the same script in all of the commentaries. Seems like when Sean uses script in awesome commentaries for his commentary, however, your slow reading drags the video on and almost put you to sleep. For that, practice speaking so your dialogue flows better. Sure, it might be difficult, but practice makes perfect. Number 3, commentate on something else that either A, doesn't involve you and or Sean Sampson, or B, bandwagons. Yeah, I know I've done that before, but I've done it sparingly, whereas those two are 99% of the commentaries you've ever done. Number 4, practice editing, man! There's two types of editors in this world. Ones that get it right away and ones that don't. Obviously, you're one that doesn't. Tool around with whatever editing software you use, and looks of it appears to be iMovie, so you can make your videos come out a lot cleaner.
Sir?
Oh, CommentJack. You may think I don't know what joke you're ripping off, but I do. Play the clip.
Is visiting Ponyville to see Pinky and exchange rock candy necklaces for the last time before Maud goes away for obligatory plot point. I really like this opening sequence. It establishes what the setup is for the episode without actually starting any plot. Each of the main 6 get at least one good line, and Pinky is thankfully in character.
So, Pinky... Except, in this case, the way you do it isn't funny. So you zoom into Ernie's face with no intent to distort his voice, you only add text that says, he's staring into my soul, you make... TP's icon appear? What? Then you pull the reverse talk, except you are really fucking quiet. So to count this off, we have 2 Yoop-to-Do jokes, 1 Ryan joke, 1 TP voice clip that was used in Ryan's 37th commentary, and 2 Rorm clips. We have found the creatively bankrupt. And just like that, the video ends. To go over the video itself, it has some glaring flaws like generally poor points, jumping the gun on what me or Ernie were trying to say, among other things. Now normally with final thoughts like this, I would do an ending skit, especially with how short this is, but let's get to the real meat of the issue. How CommentJack's video came to be in the first place, coming from the person who was put in the front of it all. So I would like to pause here since I want to say something. These final thoughts are really long. it actually takes a while for me to explain why CommentJack's video came into existence. I think the best course of action is to put text right here. In case you just want to get to the outro skit, there you go. You've already heard my thoughts towards the video itself. If you want to listen to the history, go right ahead. Stick around, since as it goes on, the wound just gets worse. If not, well, the text is there for a reason. Now, enough delays. Let's start. Now this might take a while, but bear with me. Back around October 2015, CommentJack left me a comment on my DeviantArt asking me to draw him and to not insult it. I left him a response saying things along the lines of, sorry but no, I'm not going to do it since your reputation is bad and I would only draw you if you improved. Around mid-2016, people who saw CommentJack's video on Complaint Bandicoot 64 would say that he improved. Although that's not saying much given who he commentated on, but still. Because of this, CommentJack assumed that because he improved, I would instantly know and draw fan art for him. However, by that point, any sort of fan art for CommentJack by me is as likely as Half-Life 3 being released. In June 2016, he left me a comment saying, where's my drawing? But then it gets worse. In August 2016, he left one more comment saying that I owe him a drawing. And I responded to him saying that I didn't have to draw him and that I already told him no several months ago. This kind of shit is one would not want to have when being an artist. A person who is angry that you aren't doing his drawing and they keep pestering you about it even when you told them no. Then more stuff popped up in September where I got an anonymous question on AskFM that said the following. Just so you know, I blocked you on Twitter. I was, of course, confused and I looked through Twitter thinking who would have blocked me. As I kept looking and my mind was processing who it would be, it came to CommentJack. I checked his Twitter and I noticed that he blocked me. This raised a lot of questions since CommentJack never told me at all as to why he blocked me. Then near the end of September, it became clear when CommentJack left comments on my video on Halo Fan. The first one was giving a no-doubt point where I debunked it by saying that me and Ernie's co-op was released before Halo Fan was confirmed a troll, which was the case. The second one is the most interesting of the two. When reversed, the text is, Ernie, I want you to run while you still can, or as I like to define it, George is awful and Ernie is a saint. I didn't notice it right away and I responded to it by pointing out how he tied backwards text wrong. And then CommentJack proceeds to call me a dick and I told him, care to explain to me why? And he never gave an answer. And then within the next few days, his video on me was uploaded. And just like that, it was apparent within the first few seconds what he made the video for.
Oh boy, I finally get around to talk about George Raccoon.
And throughout the video, he makes it obvious with bits such as focusing on me when it comes to acting and yet contradicts himself in the comments by saying that he was talking about both me and Ernie, tackling a year-old video that had no reason to be commentated on other than to just spite me, the condescending tone during his point about speeding up footage, saying that I haven't improved whatsoever yet Ernie did, and so on and so forth. He made it worse in the comment section by continuously saying that he didn't do it out of spite. Even in the description he says this. On top of that, he put words into my mouth when I was editing his DB page that he had an unnecessary grudge towards me by saying that I was thinking that he did it out of spite. And then, for a while, CommentJack got heat for what he did, and after that, he unblocked me on Twitter, apologized to me, while still saying he didn't do it out of spite. Yeah, way to convince me about it not being made out of spite when you keep denying it. Then he just kept apologizing, making him really desperate trying to get my forgiveness, even in videos that have nothing to do with him. And then he even made his DeviantArt comments hidden so that no one could see them. And it just made my suspicions about his motive even bigger. And yeah, with all that info, it just tells me how terrible the commentary truly is. Not just from the points, the editing, or the quality, but everything that led up to it. And I think it is safe to say that this commentary is one of the worst I've ever seen this year. Not because he did a video on me, but for the pure amount of spite and resentment towards me both within the video and outside the video, all because I didn't draw him.
Another commentary I am doing that has something to do with Mr. Enter. Oh boy. Well guys, it's time for another commentary, and sorry for being a little late on this one. I had school shit that I had to take care of first, so yeah. Anyways, this is another multi-degree commentary, and let me just say there's a lot of degrees for this video. Basically, Mr. Enter made an animated atrocity on Girls Gone Mild. Claymore did a commentary on that video. Now, this user by the name of CommentJack did a commentary on Clay's video, then this user by the name of DiCaprio DeLorean or whatever the fuck did a commentary on CommentJack's commentary on Clay's commentary on Mr. Enter. CommentJack did a response commentary, and here we are. Yeah, I will be cutting out as much as I can to avoid confusion.
this is DiCaprio Dorn here. Remember when I did a Mr. Enter commentary? Good times. I bring this up because I'm doing a commentary on a Miss Fanboy of Mr. Enter.
9 seconds. It took you 9 seconds to get to bad taste.
Bad taste? Wait, what? Bad taste in what? Oh, because he called you a fanboy? Well, I think he called you that because you were making fanboyish points against Clay in your video.
Okay, I don't usually like to make preemptive judgments against shows or movies.
Okay, first off, he never said he hated Family Guy. Second, that's a purpose of criticism. And third, I typed Mr. Enter in your account and found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos.
Okay, Mr. Tough Guy, most of his anime atrocities at the time of this video were mostly on Teen Titans Go or Family Guy. Claymore does RPP, you know, like Oh Free Be Good and other animation fans are jerk as Mr. Enter. Oh wait, you didn't even check out his channel because you did a video on your favorite YouTuber.
Whatever, he goes straight into both.
So what? Did you even try to refute his point? Because simply saying whatever doesn't exactly make a good point, mister.
Also, you stutter and have a somewhat crappy mic. Fix it!
Have you ever worked with a broken USB?
And how does that refute his point exactly? Simply asking, have you ever worked a USB doesn't refute his point about your mic being shitty.
I had to play CommentJack's comment like 3 times to hear what he was saying. I know he can't help it, but speak a little clearly when you have some... but speak a little clearly.
Yeah, I have to fix that.
Yeah, because agreeing with the person you're commentating on is such a good idea.
People want spin-offs or reboots of their favorite shows. In the case of the Rituals and Titans, there are stories and areas they haven't explored.
Oh no, you did not type that.
But in all seriousness, most people still complain about cartoons today, and they're all like, I want the old shows back, I won't like change. And they do bring back, they're like, this isn't how I remember when you succeed, y'all should die and work on that show.
Are we talking about Mr. Enter or Doggy D Dashan?
No! DiCaprio was refuting your point. And even though it's fairly obvious, I guess I have to explain this to you. You originally said it in your commentary on Claymore that Clay shouldn't have typed that, but DiCaprio was simply explaining why Clay typed that by stating that the animation fanbase can never be pleased no matter what. Okay, seriously, why did you need to fast forward all this crap? I can understand if it was important but took so long, so in that case it would make sense for you to fast forward it. But here, this is clearly not important, so why didn't you just skip it?
First of all, these two here are Stan and Sandra Practice, a shameless and obvious strawmanning of the standards and practices that dictate what you can or can't show on television. These characters are designed to be rich, snooty, detached from reality, and obnoxious.
One minute later...
I don't think you get what he was saying. He basically said Mr. Enter has a poor understanding of what satire is. Watch TVRB Robotnik Returns and Realm Wars' commentary on the satire video Mr. Enter did. It'll help you since you don't seem to be able to read properly.
I think you took my line out of context. He just muted the audio, making himself look smarter.
Oh my god. Do you not understand what he is saying? You know what? No, I'm not going to explain every single fucking detail to you.
Let's start with the fact that this episode would work a lot better if we actually saw kids imitating the Powerpuff Girls and getting hurt because of it.
When do we hear that? Never. Instead we mute it and bitch about the editing.
Well, it is a thing to bring up since Mr. Enter has crappy editing. Seriously, it's just like the same 5 clips from the episode he's reviewing. But since we're talking about the almighty Mr. Enter, no one has the right to criticize a god.
Okay, look. If you want to talk about the editing, fine. But don't go reality show editor on it.
Reality show? What? What the fuck are you even talking about?
Oh my god, next thing you know they'll be playing hopscotch. We have to do something!
Yes, it was. And it was hilarious. It also proves that you're an asshole.
That is the only point you have against Claymore and his travesty. You're just saying he's a jerk without any real proof. Also, that joke was lame and your fanboy boner is showing. Put that thing away, there's kids here on this place, God.
Oh my god. Do you realize that counts as sexual harassment?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
What did he do that was sexual harassment? He simply said, put your fanboyish boner away. Why? Because that was a joke, you moronic, imbecilic, idiotic, foolish mango!
I know that not everyone who thinks there should be some kind of standards in regards to violence or whatever in their shows is a dashed idiot. What I'm saying is there's an argument to be made here. Hell, there's even a satire to be made here. But no, it doesn't want to make this argument.
Oh, come on, not even a sound effect or some sort. You have all this editing software, do all this fancy smancy stuff to Claymore's video, but can't even have a sound clip?
People, just because you suck production-wise, doesn't mean your review is worthless.
And the point flew over your head again for the millionth time. DiCaprio was saying that since you have this editing, why don't you add a simple sound effect?
You know, I've always wanted to do a video on CommentJack, but he's never really uploaded anything in my wheelhouse. But then I noticed after quite a while that he made a video on some guy defending the console war concept, so yeah, let's give it a watch. Yes! Yes! I finally found it! A video from CommentJack that I actually feel like going after! Christmas does come early! While shepherds watch their flocks by night while on a treasure hunt, the angel of the Lord came down and acted like a... No, screw your intro. Hearing this music immediately followed by a volume drop in your signature inebriated slurring is just gonna give me audio whiplash. This is exactly the kind of thing that Hobbs was complaining about regarding Giganite 12.
Wow, 5 seconds and I already hate this. I mean, considering what your username is, as well as your video's purpose, that's a real fitting name.
Spoiler alert! That never really gets elaborated on in the video. Like, what's Mooch actually mooching up to in this scenario? Yeah, this whole business with buzzword-fueled platitudinative vagueness while expecting the audience to figure it out for themselves is something that CommentJack has a worrying habit of doing. A lot.
Welcome back, everybody, to Growing Up Gaming with the Mooch, and this week we're talking about console wars. Are console wars hurting the gaming industry? Personally, I don't think so. Sales of this generation are up 50% versus what the PS3 and 360 had accomplished. And this is much to the credit of the console wars.
Yup, you can lose all of your dignity.
But if it's profitable, it's A-okay.
Well, who is it that's really losing dignity in this situation? The people partaking in the console war mindset? Because, frankly, given the younger demographic prone to buying into said mindset, that would imply they were dignified to begin with. And even if that was true, maybe not everything in life is about dignity. Maybe profits are a good thing from the perspective of these hardware companies. Maybe they know about the childish mindset of the console war and look to use it to boost sales to adapt into current trends among a demographic likely to buy their hardware. Yes, I am saying maybe a lot. This point leaves me with a lot to speculate about in its vagueness. After all, this is CommentJack we're talking about.
A big issue I have are all the YouTubers who say stop talking about these console wars, but then do a 2-hour show on breaking down the console wars and use it to get hits or views in a different way.
or because they want to show how fucking stupid they really are.
Ooh, the edge. Verbally attack the people that are only tangentially related to the YouTubers that Mooch is referring to. Never mind how that doesn't really debunk his point in the least bit. Here, CommentJack, I'll show you.
A big issue I have are all the YouTubers who say stop talking about these console wars, but then do a 2-hour show on breaking down the console wars and use it to get hits or views in a different way.
That's how sensationalist linkbait works, Mooch. This isn't in the least bit a new concept. Say something controversial, have the video wear it on its sleeve, and then stretch it out over a long running time to up the potential staying power of the video, boosting it in the search ranking, thus boosting the exposure, thus leading to more views and more potential ad clicks. And that's before we get into the whole per minutes watched aspect of YouTube Red. The console wars aren't the only focus of that particular gripe, you know. You see how easy that was, CommentJack? And you want to know the best part? It'd be a cliche to mock someone's incompetency in commentating by going, I could come up with a better point while half asleep. Well, here's the thing. I actually was half asleep when I came up with that argument while watching your video for the first time, having watched your video mere moments after having just woken up. If knowing that doesn't tell you something about your abilities as a commentator, I think Super Funny Bros really did say it best.
Not only are you terrible at giving criticism, you're also terrible at receiving criticism.
Console wars started back in the late 70s and early 80s. Coleco versus Atari, Nintendo versus Sega, Dreamcast versus PlayStation, Dreamcast versus PlayStation,
Dreamcast versus
PlayStation.
How could someone screw— No! Okay, let me tell you my problem with this really half-assed information. First of all, the PlayStation came out in 1994. The Dreamcast came out in 1998. Second, the one that actually fought with the PS was the N64. But, assuming you talk about the PS2 versus the Dreamcast, be more clear next time.
Oh, calm your freckles, Sugar Cube, you know what he meant. In fact, going by the picture that Mooch uses, combined with the fact that he only gripe here is a lengthy tirade over the absence of one single solitary number, it feels like you're just magnifying something tiny to get artificially angry over so that you'd have something to complain about. By any chance, you wouldn't happen to be the long-lost cousin of Proto Mario? All the indicators as to what Mooch meant are right in front of you, so you'd have to be some kind of moron with an attention span in the negative digits to feel the need to explain that particular difference. But then again, look who I'm talking to. Besides, you're in no position to talk about a lack of clarity given one particular egregious moment in your next commentary where you complain about MTR for not noticing sarcasm, something which relies on tone of voice, amidst a sea of your usual poor acting.
Yeah, that would be a good argument to make if all I just said was not in a sarcastic manner.
But hey, Rigby screwed up like more than once. And according to Mr. Enter, if you fuck up more than once, it's not an accident.
Dynamo Rocks for sure put it better than I ever could, so all I'll say to that regard is this. The mere thought of you of all people complaining about clarity is like Shirley Phelps Roper pleading for love and tolerance. Knowing who it's coming from, it just doesn't add up enough to be worth taking seriously.
Now it's PlayStation versus Xbox.
Correction. PS4.
I want your face to be covered in feces!
On this channel, I critique the media. The media acts like the good guy, but in reality is the instigator. They say they like gaming, but they push their agenda on us and always anger one side.
So let's look at who started this generation's console wars. In my opinion, it was 50% Sony, 50% the media.
And 0% Microsoft. Which translates to, the Xbox is the best.
Wait, if Microsoft really had 0% in this scenario, then how would it translate to saying the Xbox is the best? See, this is why you don't spend your math classes dozing off and drawing pictures of weenies on your books. And, I'm skipping the next part because it's nothing but a bunch of text screens where he tries flimsily to dismiss the supposed hypocrisy of him saying what he just said in the wake of him being frequently accused of being a Mr. Enter fanboy. And then he makes some token attempt at dismissing that by saying that his next commentary is going to be on Mr. Enter. Considering that the commentaries he made following this video include the video on MTR and a 2-part video on DiCaprio DeLorean, it looks like my descriptor of it being nothing more than a token attempt at dismissal really does seem to fit.
Do you remember the commercial of Yoshida and Adam Boyce exchanging a game saying this is how you share a game?
That commercial was a fucking joke.
It was made to make fun of the Xbox One, you idiotic shit brain.
Quit stealing my lines, fucker.
Please laugh at someone else's joke, senpai. I only have $7.
But uncreative, poorly executed copy-pasting of someone else's joke aside, if you actually took into account the clip that immediately comes next, which you left in your commentary by the way, you'd understand that Mooch's point didn't hinge at all on whether the commercial was serious or not, rather at who the jab was directed at, combined with the media's reaction to it.
That ad was a direct hit at Microsoft and Xbox, but Microsoft never retaliated. Then the media ran with it, as if to instigate the console war. Again, a war that was always there, but with Sony's childish antics and the media's agenda to make Microsoft look foolish, it led consumers to think Sony was doing everything right and Microsoft was doing everything wrong.
You see, CommentJack, if you actually pay attention to what it is you're commentating on, you can come across as if your words are coming out of your mouth and not your colon. But hey, I could dismiss that notion entirely if you actually had an interesting, intellectually sound response to the clip I just played and not just some ripped-off media clip that makes no attempt to argue and instead comes across as a shallow attempt at a jab.
Fuck that.
Or I can find something more intellectually stimulating to do with my time.
Oh, Jakara, show me your best magical prowess.
So you tell me, fellow YouTubers, are the console wars that bad? Does everybody remember before this generation began, analysts predicted that this would be the worst generation for sales for consoles? It's food for thought, isn't it? My opinion is that these annoying console wars are actually thriving the business upward, and I think Microsoft and Sony know that, and have no issue with it. So let's continue to debate. Which console is better? It's only helping the industry in my opinion, and you can look to any sales or marketing trends for this generation and see that my opinion holds a lot of truth to it. Remember, pick the console you like, debate what you like.
Okay, being profitable is not an excuse for being immature. Yeah, that's pretty much the console wars. A bunch of immature man-childs that fight just because people don't agree with them.
And Mooch is trying to argue that such attitudes are healthy for the publicity of the current generation, which is why he encourages people to continually debate these kind of things if they want to keep this generation going. How exactly are you debunking his point exactly?
As for the Mooch, proofread your points and look for something worth defending.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a crash course in how to really copy-paste a half-boiled hero clip.
Projection.
Also, worth defending? How exactly is this topic not worth defending? You know, given that gaming is a topic that Mooch has chosen as his particular wheelhouse. If your only answer to that is because console wars aren't essential at all and we shouldn't really be caring about it, well, it was a big enough deal for you to make a 6-minute commentary on it, so I don't see what the problem is. But that said, I'm once again forced to speculate, since trying to understand CommentJack's train of thought is like trying to read Finnegan's Wake. While drunk. To finish the video here, I'm not trying to say that Mooch's video was perfect. Far from it. Mooch's point came across as a bit too tinfoil hat for my liking when he wasn't being obviously preachy. Having watched Toxic Star 984's video brings up... Wait a minute!
No, I think it's because they are trying to show people how stupid it really is.
Or because they want to show how fucking stupid they really are.
More like N64 versus PlayStation, considering the fact that while the PlayStation sold the most at the time, the N64 was second place. Wow. A simple Google search to know that simple information and you fucked it up.
Second, the one that actually fought with the PS was the N64. But, assuming you talk about the PS2 versus the Dreamcast, be more clear next time.
And that statement right there proves you are a huge Xbox fanboy.
And 0% Microsoft, which translates to, yeah, the Xbox is the best.
Dumbass, that commercial was a fucking joke that was used to make fun of the Xbox One.
That commercial was a fucking joke.
Ripped off, warts and all, right down to the egregious mistakes. And this is the person who claims in his description that his script was rewritten 3 times.
Today we're looking at a commentary by a guy who goes by the username of CommentJack, who's doing a commentary on Claymore's commentary on Mr. Enter's review of Girls Gone Mild. And just to make this clear, no, this is not being done to defend Claymore. As I said, while I agree with some of the points he makes, I don't like the way he goes about it, or how he attacks the entire cartoon community in general. This is just simply another case of someone making a poorly done commentary on a bad video.
So, the Powerpuff Girls are getting a reboot. Okay, I don't usually like to make preemptive judgments against shows or movies.
Okay, first off, he never said she hated Family Guy.
Speaking of that, Family Guy is probably the adult equivalent of SpongeBob. It started out decently, and had a certain charm to it, but over the years, it got bad. I mean, we all know about the episode Not All Dogs Go to Heaven, where it's basically saying that all religious people are bigoted idiots, and that God doesn't exist because some women are not physically attractive. This is because the show has a massive ego. It was killed and came back twice. You cannot kill Family Guy, and the show knows it.
The advantages of being a former Enter fan.
Second, that's the purpose of criticism. And third, I typed Mr. Enter in your account and found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos.
But I will say that the odds are against the reboot being good.
Honestly, I don't care about the show, but I do know how bad it's fan bashing.
Everything rotten that only exists because Fox executives love to leech money off of drunk college students and kindergarten students who watch it just to be cool. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say all Family Guy fans are brain-dead morons. Just 99.99% of them.
What just happened? No, seriously, I didn't edit that. That's actually how the video plays out. Is this your way of saying how much Claymore is insulting the Powerpuff Girl fan base? If so, you could have been a bit more clear, or hell, not just insert the clip at all, since we kind of got the point when you said, I know how much you're fan bashing. At least that's what I assume you're saying, since it's kind of hard to understand you. And even then, it doesn't really do much to debunk Claymore. If you actually were a good commentator, you could have actually told Claymore he could have asked Enter to go into more detail about how the reboot sucks, rather than just saying, oh, the arts are just looking good because...
Why do people want spin-offs or reboots of their favorite shows? In the case of the original Teen Titans, there are stories in areas they haven't explored.
Oh no, you did not type that.
I will destroy all troll comments!
When they were cancelled. The original Powerpuff Girls does not fit into those categories. I like the original show, obviously. I've talked about it a lot, and I find it really good. Before it hit seasonal rot. And it hit it pretty bad. Worse than Dexter's Laboratory. Saying that the Powerpuff Girls needs a reboot is like saying that Rugrats needs a reboot. I mean, ignoring the spin-off that already exists, the Powerpuff Girls towards the end kind of hit the bounds of its ideas. Season 5 and 6 were particularly bad.
You know what? I never did it this soon, but fuck it.
He's an asshole.
Yeah, cause that media clip hasn't been used 1,000 times already. Also, I have to bring up another problem I have with this video, is that he keeps stopping the video to complain about the insults that Claymore makes about Enter. Look, I get that you don't like them, but it's kinda pointless to keep whining about him over and over in one video. It just makes it redundant and drags everything out. Say it once, maybe twice, and then don't do it again. Sorry for stealing your line, Ryan.
I'm saying that the reboot has a lot to prove, and the it's just for kids stuff that Teen Titans Go espouses is not going to cut it.
Nope. You do stupid rant videos. And once again, purpose.
At least Claymore's not making a petition to remove Enter from YouTube. No, really. Enter's fanbase actually has made a petition to remove Teen Titans Go.
Let's take a look at one of the episodes from their seasonal rot era, Girls Gone Mild. The subject of one of my most annoying reviews I've ever had to make. Why is this episode so annoying to review? Well, you know those episodes or movies where the writer really wanted to get across a message so much that they forgot they're actually trying to tell a story? Yeah, it's one of those episodes. First of all, like Town and Out, this episode has no actual beginning. It starts with these two assholes here saying that because there are a lot of kids pretending to be superheroes, Professor Utonium needs to sign a contract that the girls won't use their superpowers. Alright, first First of all, these two here are Stan and Sandra Practice, a shameless and obvious strawmanning of the standards and practices that dictate what you can or can't show on television. These characters are designed to be rich, snooty, detached from reality, and obnoxious.
One minute later.
Let's start with the fact that this episode would work a lot better if we actually saw kids imitating the Powerpuff Girls and getting hurt because of it. Oh wait, that would give these guys a leg to stand on, and you can't have that.
When do we hear that? Never.
That did nothing to disprove Claymore's point. His whole point is that this episode is actually a satire of standards and practices and just oversensitive parents in general. Enter's whole point is that, oh, this episode needs to tell a moral to these kids and parents, and because it's not being taken seriously, the moral fails.
Instead, we mute it and bitch about the editing. This is a fucking cop-out.
Has it ever occurred that maybe he had nothing to say about Enter's arguments during that segment and decided to use that time to talk about his editing? You're taking this video way too seriously, and this is coming from someone who's not even a big fan of Claymore.
You know what the funny thing is? I agree with this episode that the practices and standards can get out of hand. Or at least they used to. Things are a bit different now. But this episode is making a terrible argument, or at least it's presenting the argument very, very badly. I know that not everyone who thinks there should be some kind of standards in regards to violence or whatever in their shows is a detached idiot. What I'm saying is there's an argument to be made here. Hell, there's even a satire to be made here. But no, it doesn't want to make this argument.
Not even gonna explain anything, not even gonna even attempt to debunk his argument, saying that just because the show's for kids doesn't mean it can't tackle serious subject material. You're just gonna leave it at an overused reaction? Okay.
Petition here signed by all the parents of Townsville.
Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. The citizens of Townsville cannot tie their shoe without the Powerpuff Girls.
Strawmanning. And this was on the top of my head.
You mind explaining how this is strawmanning? I mean, it is exaggerating on how overprotective parents can be, so isn't it still technically satire? Granted, this still doesn't excuse of just how contrived this plot is, but Claymore is technically not wrong.
In the next segment of the episode, which is most of the episode by the way, we see the slowest carjacking in all of television, and it's boring as fuck. Oh, but it's a kid show. That's kind of my point. A large segment of this episode is the Powerpuff Girls doing nothing, waiting for the police to do nothing.
What am I supposed to get out of this? That we should abolish all standards and practices, or that kids shouldn't call 911 in an actual emergency because the cops are all useless?
I'm pulling this out of my ass.
Hello, this is a commentary. You're supposed to be actually debunking his point, not making pointless statements. And there's really nothing else after this, so I'm gonna stop it here. Now for my final thoughts. Let's start off with Enter's review. While this episode of Powerpuff Girls was pretty contrived and pretty bad, I still think Enter took things far too seriously than he needed to. I mean, once again, the episode doesn't need to have a moral just to make a point. This whole thing just seemed to be a satire on overprotective parents. As for Claymore, while there wasn't too much I disagreed with, I did not like the overall way he presented his points, where he kept insulting Enter and any cartoon fan, calling them man-children, and there were some points where he just seemed to be looking at things in black and white. I mean, just because it is a cartoon for kids doesn't mean it can't handle serious subject matter. But now for Jack. Wow, was this commentary bad. Half the time he barely even went into detail about his arguments or barely even tried to debunk Claymore's points. There were too many times where he just bitched about nothing and was just taking things far too seriously. And there was way too many times where he just didn't seem to be paying attention. I think the biggest problem with this video though is just the simple fact that there really wasn't that much to cover. As Bar and Dave said, just because the video's bad doesn't mean you need to do a commentary on it. And this is a prime example of that.
Today we're going to be looking at a user by the name of CommentJack. He did a commentary on Claymore, and DiCaprio commentated on that, and so, naturally, CommentJack responded. And that's the video we're going to be looking at today.
Before we begin, let's see how it got here. A few weeks ago, I made a commentary on Mr. Enter got humorless, and now it's my most popular video. Yay! However, this is also my most hated video. From 12 people who watched it, only one liked it. However, after searching over and over again, I found the source of all the hate. A video that was released on September 18 of 2015.
Because, you know, it's not because the videos are bad or anything. Nope, it's clearly because some asshole commentated on you. Yeah.
This is my first major multi-degree commentary. So let's go, shall we?
Hey everyone, this is DiCaprio Dorn here. Remember when I did a Mr. Enter commentary? Good times. I bring this up because I'm doing a commentary on a fanboy of Mr. Enter.
9 seconds. It took you 9 seconds to get to bad taste.
Wait, how? Do you plan on explaining that or just...
Where she tries to defend the
okay.
almighty Mr. Enter.
Never mind.
The devil.
Behold the power of the Changeling Queen.
Oh wait, you didn't even check out his channel because you did a video on your favorite YouTuber.
Whatever, he goes right into both.
Also, you stutter and have a somewhat crappy mic. Fix it!
Have you ever worked with a broken USB?
Have you considered fixing your broken USB or getting a new one? I absolutely love how this seems to be this newfound concept. If something is broken, don't use it. You can pick up a new microphone for relatively cheap these days. I mean, it's not going to be the latest and greatest, but it's going to be better than what you're using right now.
Honestly, I don't care about the show, but I do know how bad it's fan bashing.
Wow, the placement of that skip card was horrible. I mean, I know why you used it, but you could have easily just cut out the unneeded reference and save more time.
Also, what was with the random Bendaluni clip? He was talking about Powerpuff Girls fans, not Family Guy fans, or did you just add that to pad out the video? Because I really don't have a frickin' clue.
Well, I try to say that calling the fans man-child is just a bit cruel.
Then why didn't you just say it? At least then we would have known what you were talking about.
Why do people want spin-offs or reboots of their favorite shows? In the case of the Rituals and Titans, there are stories and areas they haven't explored.
Oh no, you did not type that.
But in all seriousness, most people still complain about cartoons of today, and they're all like, I want the old shows back, I won't like change. And they do bring back, they're like, this isn't how I remember it, you sucksy, and y'all should die who work on that show.
Are we talking about Mr. Enter or Doggy D Dashon?
I'll let you figure that one out yourself. Also skipping the media clip.
Also, I don't think people will take you seriously because your avatar. Seriously, that needs to be on the bad avatar commentary bingo. Uses a pony avatar. There, I wrote it down.
By that logic, Super Funny Bros wouldn't be taken seriously either.
Awesome, a decent point. You should really make more of those.
One day, all of Equestria will bow to me!
Let's take a look at one of the episodes from their seasonal writer, Girls Gone Wild. The subject of one of my most annoying reviews I've ever had to make. Why is this episode so annoying to review? Well, you know those episodes are movies where the writer really wanted to get across a message so much that they forgot they're actually trying to tell a story? Yeah, it's one of those episodes. First of all, like time out, this episode has no actual beginning. It starts with these two assholes here saying that because there are a lot of kids pretending to be superheroes, Professor Newton needs to sign a contract that the girls won't use their superpowers.
Alright, first of all, these two here are Stan and Sandra Practice, a shameless and obvious strawmanning of the standards and practices that dictate what you can or can't show on television. These characters are designed to be rich, snooty, detached from reality, and obnoxious.
One minute later...
I don't think you get what he was saying. He basically said Mr. Enter has a poor understanding of what satire is. Watch TVRB Robotnik Returns and Realm Wars' commentary on the satire video Mr. Enter did. It'll help you since you don't seem to be able to read properly.
I think you took my line out of context. He just muted the audio, making himself look smarter.
Oh, you mean this clip?
Let's start with the fact that this episode would work a lot better if we actually saw kids imitating the Powerpuff Girls and getting hurt because of it. Oh wait, that would give these guys a leg to stand on, and you can't have that.
Yeah, I'd explain the problem with this, but I don't have to.
That did nothing to disprove Claymore's point. His whole point is that this episode is actually a satire of standards and practices and just oversensitive parents in general. Edgar's whole point is that, oh, this episode needs to tell a moral to these kids and parents, and because it's not being taken seriously, the moral fails.
Well, it is a thing to bring up since Mr. Enter has crappy editing. Seriously, it's just like the same 5 clips from the episode he's reviewing. But since we're talking about the almighty Mr. Enter, no one has the right to criticize a god.
Okay, look. If you want to talk about the editing, fine. But don't go reality show editor on it.
Reality show? What? What are you even talking about? You mean the part where Clay cut out the audio of a portion that had nothing to do with his previous point, and then instead used that time to talk about the Enter's editing?
Yes, it was. And it was hilarious. It also proves that you're an asshole.
That is the only point you have against Claymore and his travesty. You're just saying he's a jerk without any real proof. Also, that joke was lame and your fanboy boner is showing. Put that thing away, there's kids here on this place, God.
Oh my God. Do you realize that counts as sexual harassment?
No, I didn't, because no, it's not. He's basically just coming in and saying, hey, your inner fanboy showing.
Do you realize I'm a sexual? But most importantly, do you realize I'm 14 years old?
Good to know. Don't care.
Thanks, now this is the worst nitpick in history. But hey, what do you expect? Since with the cool shit comes the bullshit. And trust me, bullshit is still relevant in 2015.
Hey, I thought I told you to put that boner away. And that is the worst example I've ever seen. I think you just hate these shows because your whipped cream dispenser told you to hate them.
He never talked about packages of Planet X in his entire life.
Okay, I'd make a comment, but once more, I don't have to.
Thanks, now this is the worst nitpick in history.
It's hilarious when I can use your video to commentate on you.
You know, the funny thing is, I agree with this episode that the practices and standards can get out of hand. Or at least they used to. Things are a bit different now. But this episode is making a terrible argument, or at least it's presenting the argument very, very badly.
I know that not everyone who thinks there should be some kind of standards in regards to violence or whatever in their shows is a dashed idiot. What I'm saying is there's an argument to be made here. Hell, there's even a satire to be made here. But no, it doesn't want to make this argument.
Oh, come on, not even a sound effect or some sort. You have all this editing software, do all this fancy smancy stuff to Claymore's video, but can't even have a sound clip?
People, just because you suck production-wise, doesn't mean your review is worthless.
You know what, you're right. A poorly edited video doesn't mean that it's worthless, it just means that the production quality is low, extremely low even. It means that it's an absolute chore to sit through. It means that people are generally not going to like it because they're not going to be able to understand your points. And where was I going with this?
A petition here signed by all the parents of Townsville.
Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. The citizens of Townsville cannot tie their shoe without the Powerpuff Girls.
Straw manning. And this was on the top of my head.
How was that straw man? Are you just gonna throw the word around like Mr. Enter and the Orion broadcast does and did? So far, your rating on the credibility scale is at Capcom, and that's no good.
You wanna know how is this straw manning?
Please, enlighten us.
What kind of stupid city signs a fucking petition to stop its saviors?
Yeah, that's cool and all, but what does that have to do with Clay's point? I'll give you a hint. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's not a straw man.
I'm pulling this out of my ass.
Well, you've been pulling points out of your ass as well, you ass. Like I said, you're not configuring these points, you're just going all this all blind fanboy rage.
You know, there's a difference between an asshole and having the commenter taking your shit out of context. And you spend half of this commentary taking my shit out of context.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't happen if your shit had context to begin with. Based on what we've seen so far, pretty much all you're doing is fangasming over Mr. Enter and just getting pissed at Claymore because he dared commentate on Mr. Enter. I hate to be that guy, but if the shoe fits, fucking wear it.
The pacing is slow and plotting, and anything that could be considered comedy is anti-humor.
I don't find your show funny, so I'll call it anti-humor. Ha ha, I'm a special snowflake.
Did you even read the script for that crap? Mr. Enter is more interested in how the world became from that show. And all the jokes are stale and tried too hard. Like you.
Yes, I read the script, and yes, some jokes are stale. But it still counts as an insult. I see that Growing Around will get at least 3 seasons.
Correction, it will get no seasons because the jokes are stale. It's not a good script. There are plenty of people that tell Enter this every single time, and Enter shoots him down every single time because he doesn't want anyone criticizing his work. And anyone who does is a troll. Yeah.
Nope. That you're a bullshitting narcissist that expect to look decent. The later videos, not the earlier ones.
Did you even watch any other Mr. Enter videos Claymore did?
Yes, I watched his other videos, and yes, they're as awful as this.
Also, since when did Claymore said he was being better than Mr. Enter? That would make him a narcissist.
Straight at the warning at the beginning of the video.
Yeah, that's a nice pretty warning and all, but where in there does he say that he's better than Mr. Enter? He says he's criticizing him, sure. He says he's expressing a negative opinion about him, sure. But so far, in that clip right there, I don't see anywhere indicating that he thinks he's better than Mr. Enter. Look at your fucking proof!
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce CommentJack, one of the more hated people in the CC, or Neo-CC if you want to be a bitch about it, and one of the few 2016 bandwagon targets that I didn't cover. Funny story, Doodle's commentary on Mr. Jack was actually my first exposure to Doodletones. I did not like that commentary. Look where we are now.
Anyway, so let's give some backstory. Headbanger142, also known as Hardcore Kid, an ex-commentator and does reviews, I think, made a review of the Top Cat movie in 2014. I want that date to stick with you guys as we go through this. 3 years later, our good friend CommentJack made a video called Hardcore Kid Gets Niggered. Tactful.
I know that my monetization has gone completely out the window. Let me just go ahead and give me my first this'll bite you in the ass point, because this is gonna bite him in the ass later. I'm serious. Let's get started. An hour-long point about your disclaimer!
We doing this? Are we really doing this? Dear God.
Okay, so first off, way to fucking capitalize random words with no semblance of grammatical consistency in the first screen. Look, if you just capitalize the whole thing, or the first letter of all the words, or even all the words that would be capitalized in the title, or even actually every other word in some sort of pattern, but no, random. Next. The purpose of this fucking videos. Look, I get that English is not necessarily your first language, but dude, Grammarly.com. It's a free app that checks your grammar. Use that shit, please. Oh, and then there's your little television rating. While I will admit that you can do this if you really fucking want to, I'd like to note a few things about it. First of all, television ratings don't technically apply to web videos, so kinda comes off as pretentious as fuck that you think your shit is television quality, but we're not gonna see any more signs of that pretension, now will we? Second, the language would keep you out of TV PG, but it actually wouldn't stop you from getting a TV 14 rating at all. There's exactly one moment in this video that most television stations would force this into TV MA territory. And when we get there, I'll point out why it's fucking stupid and unnecessary to the point where any half-decent editor would have just told you to cut it out completely. Oh, and finally, your music is fucking trash to your nonsense, but that's really more of a subjective point, so, meh.
Hi, arbitrary dick figures reference. Fancy seeing you here on this fine day.
Wait, are we about to reach the Kford zone? Don't let him into the— Actually, now that I think about it, that's not nearly as funny as the weed joke. And here I thought I was pretentious with the season shit. At least I don't bring up the volumes of Boon Canon on camera for no reason whatsoever. Like I just did. Fuck.
So, spoiler alert, CommentJack will several times take the lazy route and either plagiarize a joke entirely, taking the nihilistic snake route, or have an arbitrary amount of clip usage to his videos. Trust me, there's no point for the majority of this as you're not using someone else's joke and, you know, doing something with it. No, that would require effort. What you're doing is just using someone else's joke. And incorrectly half the time. I mean, Christ, CommentJack, at least Nihilistic Snake plagiarizes correctly.
Wow, looks like my mail is here. Let's see. Bills, cease and desist, bills. Wait, what the hell is this?
Dear CommentJack, remember those Mexicans from episode 50 of Let's Just Comment? Well, to put it simply, they survived. I don't know how, but they did. On top of that, they're pissed off and they've taken half of the United States. They're asking for someone to commentate on Hardcore Kid's Top Cat review, and for the sake of not explaining why I just renewed your show for a second season. So yeah, I hope the commentary gets done by the end of the year. Loves and kisses, President Mav Station.
President Mav Station. Fuck, we're doomed.
Okay, so not only are you retconning shit that someone else fucking wrote, which is probably worse than straight up plagiarism because you're literally saying, no, the original is wrong, this is how it should be done. Your statement also ignores the fact that the Mexican Mafia was actually an ongoing plot thread in Let's Just Comment. In fact, the whole reason they got blown up in episode 50 is to fucking resolve that plot thread. So not only are you inserting yourself into someone else's story and changing that story for the sole purpose of making yourself important in it, but you're also getting the importance of the element that you're bastardizing entirely wrong. This is why you don't take other people's narrative devices, folks.
And to add on to that, can I just say I love the underlying implications of your version of events? The Mexicans chose to bait CommentJack into commentating on a 3-year-old video that we're not even entirely sure if Hardcore Kid stands by. It's like if the material was still relevant and they wanted a good commentary on it, wouldn't they get George Raccoon, who is the better Mexican commentator, to do it?
Actually, whoever you are, the evidence that Hardcore Kid stands by this is in plain view since it's been re-uploaded twice in 2016 by Hardcore Kid himself. At least before it was taken down for copyright, before a screenshot for proof could be taken, although the video was re-uploaded to VidMe as well.
Well, just watching CommentJack's video, we wouldn't know this. So, to an outsider, this just looks like CommentJack is reaching for material through his time machine. Which is the kind of material I live for. Actually,
Doodle, we should keep what the Guardian just said in mind. It's gonna bite CommentJack in the ass in a minute. And later in the video after that.
P.S. They killed Daredevil Zombie.
That is your only instance of graphic violence in this entire commentary. First of all, I know who everyone involved in this joke is, and I still don't get how the joke is anything other than lol someone died. Second of all, the punchline of lol someone died isn't fucking funny when the main body of your joke is already centered around death. And remember what I said about any editor telling you to cut it completely out? Yeah, that's because it adds literally nothing to anything. Daredevil Zombie has never even been mentioned in your series to my knowledge, so why would we care that he's dead? This can't even serve a dramatic purpose. And I already explained why it doesn't serve a comedic purpose. The only purpose left for it to serve is to just shock the audience. And if you're going into TVMA to do that, then first of all, you need to actually do that throughout the commentary instead of here and one other time. And second, you're TVMA for a reason that literally no one would fucking let you be TVMA for and would result in nothing but trash TV that no one gives a shit about. Which is fitting, actually.
Does this mean that I'll have to do a crossover with Let's Just Comment?
Not even in your dreams.
Well, yes, you'd want to avoid a hate crime if you could.
So, Hardcore Kid. Maybe you know that guy, maybe you don't. He was commentated on by Edgy McDeals a while back. He's on the same level as 2016 Mr. Enter or Doodletones. He's just average. That said, this entire video. Now yes, I know this pile of fuck is 3 years old, but I want to make something clear. I'm not making this video to help Hardcore Kid improve. I'm doing it for fun. Anyways...
Hold up. Did you really have to resort to recoloring Ren from Ren and Stimpy?
Hey, Doodle, remember how I said that the Guardian statement was gonna bite him in the ass? This is just the first time that it happened. While you're allowed to have whatever purpose for the video that you want, even though your disclaimer outright states the purpose of the video is criticism, but fun and criticism aren't mutually exclusive, so what the fuck ever, you had an excuse that just completely flew over your head in the form of proof that Hardcore Kid actually does stand behind this video. And even then, nobody said you actually had to make this video for Hardcore Kid's benefit. In other words, CommentJack, the only reason we care about this video being 3 years old is because you're saying you don't, and not giving us the damn good reasons that you wouldn't. Either that, or you didn't do enough research to know that. Which is another thing that's gonna bite you in the ass.
Let's stop. Actually, I'm doing it because the whole US will die if I don't.
And then you half-assedly shove your narrative in like a librarian who gives less fucks about their job than they should.
At least when I do it, there's some amount of effort put in to make it fucking cohesive.
I agree.
Use the goddamn orb of K!
Actually, before we start, I want to point something out.
I'm gonna skip and also not skip at the same time.
This is the shittiest acting I have ever seen. Yes, this includes anything from Kablam Bandicoot. Just look at this shit!
Oh no. Slowly I turn, then step by step. Inch by inch I walked up to him, and I slapped him, I punched him, I bonked him, I hit him, and I knocked him to the ground.
Thanks. My ears. They bleed now. Nice and bloody.
Hey, CommentJack, mind paying for the hospital bill I'm gonna need later to fix my eardrums? Thanks.
Since I'm already here, let me just go ahead and explain the joke that you missed because you didn't pay attention to the dialogue in that intro skit that explains that the whole Niagara Falls thing was a Three Stooges reference. I'll give you this though, the acting is really, really bad. However, perhaps it would have been better to use something that wasn't the outright quote purposefully being delivered in a fashion similar to the original short? Just saying.
Well, dudes and dudettes, don't ever say that again or I'll cut up your shoelaces.
Hi, Rorm. Bye, Rorm. Your clip was totally misused.
Why the hell are you bothered by dudes and dudettes? Is it because it's American slang, you racist Chilean fuckboy?
Once again, a crappy kids movie about cats drops right in front of my hotel room door. Now, I was never a fan of Top Cat. I never saw the 1988 movie or read the comics, and I've only watched a handful of episodes from the TV series, so I don't really have much to praise.
Then again, you could actually revisit the series and prepare for the review.
Except guess what? This movie should be easy to understand for someone who hasn't seen the original source. I mean, it's not like he's giving context for his own connection to the original series so that people know where his opinion begins before even going into the film.
A movie like this should be able to stand firmly on its own without having to know every little in-depth detail about the series. It's why I thought Rainbow Rocks failed and we got the Joshua Tree. It's also why I can't sleep at night.
It's even more important here since the film comes over 50 years after the end of the original animated series. So, yeah, people aren't gonna remember that shit. This needs to serve as an introduction for people that are under the age of 60, bro!
In 2011, Mexican studio Anima Studios received the rights to the Top Cat character. Thus, the Top Cat franchise would be revived with Don Gato y su Pandilla.
If I could point this out... It's Don Gato y su Pandilla!
Calm down, CommentJack. Hardcore Kid doesn't know Spanish pronunciations. Spanish is not his native language, just like yours isn't English. Now, before you call it double standards and hypocrisy memes, your mistake was text-based, something that spell check and Google can fix your typos on. You're correcting him for how he says a word or a name that's not English. There's no need to skull-fuck our ears whilst you continue to nitpick. Earape jokes have a finesse to them that you clearly don't understand. Though we should have caught on to that with your George Raccoon commentary.
The big question is this movie Piss in Boots, or is this Top Cat a potential underdog? No, not that. Well, Let's find out. This is Top Cat the movie. Viva la raza!
Yeah, didn't you already say this was shit?
Once again, a crappy kids movie about cats drops right in front of my hotel room door.
Implying you already know the answer. Implying you don't need to do this electric faggot thing. Implying pointless information and implying I want to die.
Oh, because it's not like the actual information of the movie can't maybe give the audience a better idea of whether or not the movie is actually crappy or anything. Nah. We just have to assume it's crappy in the first few minutes and then end the review there. Like, CommentJack, do you know how reviews work?
To be fair, the trope of, this movie's bad, so now let's see if it's good or bad, annoys me a bit as well, but if you want to die over something like that, you probably didn't have much of a life to begin with. Well, yeah, it does kind of kneecap the narrative presented by the review, and it seems like the reviewer is asking the question solely because it's expected for them to ask a question about the movie's quality, but at the same time, it kind of is expected for the reviewer to start by acting like the movie's gonna suck, and then gain hope as they look into how the movie was made and these nostalgia critic style things, because it creates more of an impact on how shitty the movie winds up being. In other words, if you have a problem here, then you probably just have a problem with the whole genre.
Want to die.
The movie starts off with a little update version of the opening of the original show. It even includes the classic theme song, which remains relatively untouched.
Forget your memories! Forget your memories! Forget your memories! Forget your memories!
Can we not play Ryan's video in rose quartz where it doesn't belong? The video isn't even that saturated, let alone to the extreme that rose quartz was. It's almost as if you rely solely on media clips to make your point when you don't fucking know how to make that point. You look fucking stupid.
And I could almost get this clip if it was like, oh, something about this is making me scream at the top of my lungs because it's painful to watch. Even if color saturation wasn't the exact issue, which it definitely shouldn't be, because why the fuck are you watching Top Cat if you think a yellow cat with purple clothes is oversaturated character design? But you at no point give us any other reason to have a problem with the visual presentation other than Ryan Media Clip. So kindly elaborate on your shit. That's right. I just told someone to elaborate after my previous commentary got onto people for repeatedly telling someone to elaborate. I'm a thug like that.
And that's another sentence I never want to hear you say again.
He's a boss, he's a whip, he's a #1 VIP, he's a most tip-top, top cat.
Pretty cool, but sweet fancy feast, what the heck is going on with this animation? You have all the backgrounds, cars, and whatever in CGI, but rather than making the character models computer generated like the rest of the movie, they made them all in regular 2D flash animation.
Okay, this is just a nitpick, but flash animation is also CGI. I mean, it's technically done with computers, so it's technically CGI. Alert, scrub.
Animated in CGI. Like the rest of the movie. Like. As in, he's referring to the 3D CGI instead of the 2D flash CGI. He made that differentiation, CommentJack. Your nitpick means nothing. Try again.
Try again? I could list more synonyms like... Not you.
While TC and Benny the Ball are freeloading at a cafe, the great and powerful Trick... You're a pooper!
Purposeless digital tadpole!
Walks right past the cafe, and TC chases after her, only to get fronted and chased by Griswold, who... Wait, wasn't he brown on the show?
And here's where the lack of research starts to show. Well, yes, in Griswold he was technically brown. In his debut episode, The Missing Hair, he was technically gray. So they technically had two choices, and in all honesty, they could pick either. Okay, as I was editing this, I found a problem. I should stop saying technically.
That's the only issue you spotted, huh?
Okay, so first of all, the fact that they drastically changed Griswold in the series is actually kind of a point against the series, but more importantly, they didn't actually pick either one for this movie. Yeah, no matter how much you try to bullshit the white version of Griswold presented in this movie as light gray, not only does that not come anywhere fucking near the color of the movie version of Griswold, whose fur is more of a cement with a blue hue to it, the muzzle is also completely different color, being far more brown than the more red hues of either one of the other incarnations. And I would give you these small color differences as part of the new art style. If any other character had anything that was even remotely different from their original coloration. Hell, even Trixie, an entirely new character, is colored similarly to Shirley, one of Fancy Fancy's love interests from the original show. In other words, hardcore kids' right to point out Griswold's coloring is completely wrong, even if white Griswold exists. Never mind the fact that the design change came the second he became a recurring character and never changed back until this movie. Yeah, before you tell someone else to do research on the original series, perhaps you should do enough research on your own to realize that even your interpretation is wrong. Oh, and since we're talking about research, how about you do enough research to be able to tell that he re-uploaded the video within a year of your commentary, thus meaning he likely stands by it?
Anyway, we get a scene of the two of them in a construction site, with Griswold trying to avoid all the Windows 7 obstacles before he too gets replaced by CGI. Please help. Well, too late.
Le memes! Oh! Le memes! Stop.
Get some help. Eat chicken McNugget. What on earth is a McNugget?
Well, yes, you'd want to avoid a hate crime if you could.
Okay, I'm gonna have to warn you. What HT is gonna do now will be incredibly infuriating.
How's he gonna get close to the Maharaja?
I will leave that up to the Arabian Oil King, Ali Cat.
Hey! Where's TC?
Be prepared, folks. This is the first of many jokes against Arabs strewn throughout this movie.
Oh, I think you need to hear that one more time.
Be prepared, folks. This is the first of many jokes against Arabs strewn throughout this movie.
Okay, there's so much wrong with this interjection that I don't think I can do it justice. First of all, the joke itself. If you pay attention, and by pay attention I mean think, you might understand that the actual joke is how ironic the character called Brain is a fucking moron!
Okay, first of all, Brain's actually secretly a genius, but you didn't do enough research on the show to fucking know that, did you? But let's get into a subject that I'm a little bit more of an expert on than Doodle, the science of comedy, for a second. You are aware that jokes are capable of working on more than one level, right? Brain saying something stupid is a recurring thing and only part of the joke, because if it were the only thing to the jokes involving him, that would get old really fast. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have your comment section help me out with this one. Why yes, Nihilistic Snake, it is a problem that someone doesn't know the difference between varying Middle Eastern cultures. Namely, Top Cat himself! He's mixing various Middle Eastern cultures and calling it Arab. Which is why it's a racist joke against Arabs. In other words, CommentJack, you ignored the setup, because if I tell you the punchline to my joke is to get to the other side, then you wouldn't think it's a racist joke. Until you hear that the setup to that joke is, why did the Mexican cross the border?
Also, because this is going to severely bother me unless I point it out, Weird Al Yankovic does have an instrumental of Dare to Be Stupid that is out there to the public. Use it. The lyrics are actually distracting for what it is you're saying, and it's hard to pay attention to what it is you're saying when I would be rather listening to Weird Al.
Wouldn't you rather be listening to Weird Al anyway?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Well, yes, you'd want to avoid a hate crime if you could.
Also, Maharaja of Pikachu? Really?
No. Also in the Spanish version, it is pronounced and spelled Pocahoo. But whatever, you don't care about research.
Yes, because the fucking Spanish version of the movie is important when talking about the English version of the movie, you fucking numbskull. This is superfluous to the original review. It does nothing to debunk them in your video, and it has me sitting here asking, what the fuck is your point, Diego? What the fuck is your point? It doesn't negate the fact that in the English version of the movie, it sounds like Pikachu, which is a Pokemon, which was the joke Hardcore Kid was making while saying it was a stupid name. Shut up.
And sure, because of the production company behind it, the original version of the movie actually is the Spanish version, thus it was written with Spanish in mind. Fair enough. It doesn't excuse the translation team from naming it Pikachu. I didn't know Maharajas could be electric type.
So TC bets the Maha.
Hardcore, that's racist. Yeah, that thing you did, yeah, it was very, very stupid. I didn't like it.
So TC bets that if Laszlo Wazlo misses a note on his violin, he'll give him his rubies. The cat's prepared to sabotage the performance. Oh, I felt that. No, not the groin shot, but just the fact that the filmmakers dared to be so stupid to actually add a groin shot as a joke.
You know what? That was a decent point. I mean, it's subjective and you were kind of a dick about it, but... Okay, you were a massive dick about it.
And you weren't? When your background music just earlier was too dare to be stupid? What was that thing you said towards George, Ernie, and the rest of the CC?
Okay, I have to explain this because this has been a problem not just with Ernie, but with most commentators in the fucking community. I wanted to talk about the "you're not one to talk" statement for a long fucking time. The point should never be that someone's point is invalid just because it does something similar. It should be that if someone's going to criticize someone else, they need to use that exact same criticism for themselves. It's called practice what you preach. It's a similar statement, but it actually tries to help rather than fucking silence your opponent.
Oh yeah, that. Practice what you preach, Holmes?
Oh, so that was a racist joke, and the joke in the film earlier wasn't racist because racism wasn't the punchline? Okay, let's see how this joke plays out in the original video.
So TC bets the Maha. Sorry, only one Three Stooges joke per video.
That's weird. It's almost like the punchline to the joke was the fact that it was a Three Stooges reference and not the actual racial implications. So, this is a racist joke, and Alley Cat isn't, then. While it's true that this could be considered hypocritical on his part regardless, since the same logic of jokes having multiple interpretations still works against him, but how should I put this? I heard what you were mumbling. You actually think racism is the punchline. It's not. But let's move on, because I'll be able to discuss this plenty more as we go along. Let's talk about him being a massive dick about his offense at the groin shot thing. So, let me get this straight. You yelling in people's ear about how to pronounce names correctly in a language that not everyone actually knows is fine, not dickish at all, and him making a pop culture reference, that ain't kosher? Oh, but you would never make references to other pieces of media for... Oh, wait!
Actually, Strickland's method of running the police force is to fire all the cops in New York and replace them with technology, computers, robots, and even holograms. Oh, and Tracy is also his secretary, in case you hadn't noticed.
You think these high-tech gizmos will really work? Of course! You can trick a policeman, but you can't trick technology!
I told you I could figure out how to cheat at Mrs. Pac-Man. This is ridiculous. How did a cartoon show about an alley cat in the 60s become so modernized with computers and cell phones? This is like if you had Indiana Jones 4 take place in 2008 and you had a scene where Indy is texting on an iPhone.
Okay.
Yeah, I just survived an atomic bomb test.
Okay.
LOL. Don't worry. I was inside a fridge, so I was
Alright. We get it. We fucking get it.
Wait, what's the complaint on this? That he took too long explaining what his problem was? Because... not really. Starts by explaining what the movie's presenting, then explains why he has a problem with it. There are problems with Hardcore Kid's point, and I'll get into those in a second, but length is not one of those problems.
And it wasn't even that long of a complaint. Most of his modernization complaint came at the tail end of an explanation that you kind of just let drag on in your commentary. You're jumping the gun to get to a point in there that doesn't need to be in there. It's like jumping on someone's case for giving 30 seconds of explanation by jokingly saying how you want them to describe the dust on their shelf.
Also, the way you worded it made it seem like just having it there is automatically bad. Not only that, but Indiana Jones and Top Cat have way different formats. Top Cat is a comedy, not a pure action adventure like Indiana Jones. You might want to compare Top Cat to shows like Animaniacs and Johnny Bravo. Would an Animaniacs short about cell phones and Donald Trump be automatically bad? No. It wouldn't. You nigger.
Actually, comparing it to Indiana Jones is fine. The point was to point out how it wouldn't make sense given the time period the setting takes place in. It's got nothing to do with the fact that one is a comedy and one is an adventure movie. Comprehend comparisons, please.
And before we discuss that thing you just did, I want to address Hardcore with an actual complaint, which is more than I can say about what you've done here. Yes, Hardcore, the original series was about an alley cat in the 60s, and this film is about an alley cat with that same mentality in modern day. Hell, if you look at the updated intro, you'll notice that the influence of technology on the world around Top Cat is apparent in the theming of the entire movie. Hell, you even play the clip from the eventual confrontation with Strickland where Strickland calls Top Cat's mentality out of date. It's almost like putting the character in a modern setting is the fucking point. But back to Diego's words at the end of this little point you've got here. Yeah, even if you do still want to call Hardcore's joke racist, at least it was racist in a way that was actually relevant. You're just calling someone a racial slur because, haha, if I offend you, that means I'm funny. There's nothing behind it other than trying to offend people, you wetback.
Because it's impossible to be modern and keep the charm of the original show, right?
Diego? Speak up, buddy. If you're gonna have background music, have it not overpower your speech. I've been biting my tongue up until now because I figured the past few times were a joke, but no, here you're trying to add more onto your point, and I cannot understand you.
Why you only speak up when you're high? Why you only speak up when you're high?
Well, yes, you'd want to avoid a hate crime if you could.
That's why we totally nicked the rights from Hanna-Barbera so we can make some cold hard pesos. Don't worry, they're dead. They won't know the Be prepared, folks. This is the first of many jokes against Arabs strewn throughout this movie. Be prepared, folks. This is the first of many jokes against Arabs. This is the first of many jokes against Arabs. Many jokes against Arabs. Many jokes against Arabs. Jokes against Arabs. Oh, you're such a fucking hypocrite.
Yeah, you heard it right. CommentJack is using the hypocrisy argument. I mean, you could have just said that and it would be alright. But you had to go, fuck you movie, you're racist. And then 5 minutes later do this. Yeah, well, you're Mexican, so no you.
Got him!
That's not even the point of his joke.
Hey, you know how you tried to tell him that he's wrong because the punchline of the joke wasn't the racist comment? Yeah, the punchline isn't the racism. It's greed. Motherfucker, how do you miss that shit? You just plain got triggered by the accent, so you removed the actual punchline to the joke entirely from your interpretation of what he was saying. And on top of that, the racism comes in two vastly different forms in this instance, which is why your hypocrisy play is bullshit. Yeah, you tried to use minute differences to prove something wrong earlier. Now the king is gonna step in and show you how it's fucking done, kid. The joke from the movie that the Hardcore criticized was, as stated earlier, combining cultural symbols from multiple different cultures and lumping them into one. So let's go ahead and compare that to what Hardcore is doing here. Using an accent. He refers to the currency as pesos, which would be accurate considering this is a Mexican company that owns the rights to Top Cat that made this film that he's making fun of. But that's the extent, using things that are associated with Mexican culture to jab at a Mexican company. Even his earlier joke was purely about the pronunciation of a word, and a reference to a Three Stooges store that already made this joke. The Top Cat film's joke took things from multiple cultures and used them as Arab cultural icons. So no, it's not hypocritical, because he's not using the cultural iconography of one culture as though it were the cultural iconography of another. You chuckle fuck. Got him!
Look, I might be a grade A dick, but at least I'm honest about it. But hey, if you wanna go there, fuck it. Go back to Wendy's, you fucking merkin. I got hurt feelings, I got hurt feelings. That is fucking racist, holy shit! I got hurt feelings, I got hurt feelings. That's it, I'm calling the FBI, motherfucker!
Okay, that's fine, that's okay. I mean, it doesn't help against your hypocrisy, but whatever.
For that matter, if you're being honest about being a dick makes it okay for you to call him out for being a dick, when the fuck did he lie about it? You haven't even proven that he was dishonest at all, just tried to prove that he was hypocritical. And at that point, wouldn't the fact that you're being hypocritical and have now acknowledged this fact, mind you, make it okay for him as well? What, is it bad because he didn't say that he's a dick? Oh, please, Jack. He's a reviewer. We both know that he doesn't have to say it. It's implied. And that one, I will take full credit for.
Well, yes, you'd want to avoid a hate crime if you could.
So of course TC is guilty, and he ends up at the dog pound. While he's there, he sees Griswold locked up as well.
You can say goodbye to a couple of those 9 lives, Top Cat.
Hey, my old pal Griswold, what'd they get you for?
Overdue library book.
Ah, well that doesn't sound so bad.
The book was called How to Eat Cats in Prison.
Quit laughing at your own jokes, movie, because nobody else is.
Oh no, they made a joke and now they're laughing at it. The world is coming to an end.
It's almost as if what Hardcore was saying was that the joke wasn't funny.
Well, what CommentJack should have said was that the characters in the movie were laughing, but that doesn't mean that the audience needs to find it funny. In fact, this scene is supposed to have a certain amount of dramatic tension, as it's the old stereotype of the new guy in prison has an enemy in said prison, so he's gonna get fucked up pretty hardcore, bro. And that's not really always meant to be funny, but the characters still laugh because they think the fate of the character that's supposedly gonna get fucked up pretty hardcore, bro, is humorous. But no. You just had to play it as though the joke was actually meant to make the audience laugh. Diego, ya fucker.
Well, yes, you'd want to avoid a hate crime if you could.
In fact, this film is so slow and sluggishly paced that at one point it does something completely unthinkable.
I think I have the answer. Hey, there's that eclipse they mentioned on the news.
Wow, it's so dark.
Like, how long is it going to last?
Should be just a few more seconds. There, it's over.
15 seconds of nothing but black screen. A clear sign this movie has completely given up.
15 seconds of a 90-minute film. This is something I would expect from KB Bandicoot.
The film has given up. Given up, as in no longer cares to be relevant anymore, which is the context of where the solar eclipse joke came in. Being literally none. Showing Hardcore Kid that there was no more trying within the movie, and that they were just wanting to get it over with. You know, kind of like me right now after watching your commentary.
You know, I would cover his final thoughts, but honestly, it just does a great job of describing his own video, and I just covered a video that happened with, and I don't want to be too formulaic, so, Doodle?
Look, I already had very little of a point to be here. I was only an assist trophy after all. Alright, Robo, got any fibers?
Go hunting for aquatic beings.
Fart?
Go fish.
I see. So, if you don't mind me asking, Widget, I know the rest of us are, like, characters to some show, I guess? That's not exactly it, but continue. Well, what's your story? Why are you here? Well, same as you, really. I'm associated with the doodle on this ship, just a bystander to this collection of has-beens. I see. So, which one's yours? I was part of a comedy duo with the one they call Tabitha now. Ah. I'm still unsure why any of you guys got shafted to the rest of them. Well, I guess I got lucky. I technically have my own channel. I'd say that's very lucky, actually. Typically, the rest of us take a back seat to the main characters of the channels. Not often you see a character with their own stage.
Affirmative.
Amen. Preach it. So, anyone want to pass the time with a commentary? I guess I could pass the monotony. So, Snow, got any sevens? Go fuck yourself! So today's target is a blast from the past. Meet CommentJack, a commentator in the commentary community known for making videos with unfortunate receptions. Back in 2016, he made a video on a cartoon reviewer, Ben the Looney, before the pedophile allegations, talking about a Cartoon Network series called Wabbit. 3 other commentators hit this video with varying degrees of failure. Today we'll be looking back at this video and trying to outdo what others failed at. It's been 3 years now, and the characters are stepping in to do what the real people couldn't. Fight me.
Welcome back to Ben Rants, and I'm not allowed in the state of Missouri.
Wow. Fucking wow. I will not talk about how awful is his avatar, since that is not only obvious but irrelevant as well. So let's talk about the other interesting thing I should bring up. His mic quality.
I thought you said it would be interesting. That said, I would like to bring up something personally amusing to me, being the fact that you bring up one of your reasons for not covering the avatar being obvious, and then go on to say that you're going to talk about his microphone quality. I hope this was on purpose, because if not, that's really unfortunate.
I know that my earlier videos had terrible mic quality.
This is gonna hurt a lot when we end the review.
But that was in my early commentaries back when my channel was only a month old. Bang has been doing this shit since 2009. around 7 years ago.
I get the point is that CommentJack expects better microphone quality from someone who has done reviews for several years, but I can't help but feel this point is rather offset by his defensive hypocrisy. Like, did he really expect someone to bring up older videos he obviously improved from as a way to discredit the point? I'm aware there were several rather dumb arguments all brought up against the video, all of which were shot down pretty spectacularly, however. You know what? Never mind. When I say it out loud like that, it seems almost too credible.
That said, CommentJack's point could have had less padding if he just skipped the example and got to the point that he expects better from a person who's done reviews for several years. I don't know, that might just be me though.
Not to mention that he has backup from Frederator. There is no excuse for this.
Implying Frederator pays its content creators well.
More to the point, though, that is rather presumptuous of you, Jack. Sure, microphones can be fairly cheap, and depending on the cash bin rakes in, money may not be an issue. But are you sure no excuse is the right phrasing for it? Because I could think of several potential excuses, and not all of them have to do with laziness.
Of course, that assumes any of them are correct, though, Widget. Throwing around hypotheticals may not do anything to his point.
Nah, I get you, and I'm not saying the audio couldn't be fixed on Benzin. I'm more or less just saying that Jack's point seems weirdly structured.
What is important is I'm back to unleash my insanity onto the entertainment industry. So, what am I going to come back on? Ah, shit!
This shit does really go to drag. It's not needed, pointless, it's drab. You cover none of this context, so just throw out the padding and shag. Get to the point, you silly fag.
A new Looney Tunes show? Yeah, because the last one worked so well.
Okay, this is to future reviewers, commentators, voice actors, etc. Aside of an extremely monotone voice, the last thing you want when it comes to sarcasm is drawing out the inflections. Especially when your mic quality is this fucking abysmal. The best way to inflect sarcasm is to be quick. Like this. Because yeah, he wants everything to be censored. Everything! But drawing out your sarcasm like what Ben did here will give your audience audio whiplash.
First of all, Ben's sarcasm isn't even entirely that drawn out, at least not much more than your own example. So that's great, champ. Furthermore, even if it was drawn out, it's not like the tone of his speech is that much more jarring than his irrational yelling that he has throughout. So even in that regard, I can't call it audio whiplash. But, even if it does, third of all, this shit is not at all elaborated on. Like, what aspect of lengthy sarcasm would actually fucking cause audio whiplash like you're explaining here? I guess it just all speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Great! What is this show going to be about? Are Bugs and Daffy gonna be stoners working at a gas station?
Hey, aren't we supposed to compare this to the Looney Tunes show? Not Pony.mob? I'm just curious. I do not remember any of this shit on the Looney Tunes show.
CommentJack, it's a joke meant to hyperbolize the outrage Ben feels about Wabbit being a new Looney Tunes cartoon in the same merit as the last one. A joke of which you're taking far too seriously for its own good.
However, even if we were to examine the counterpoints to your interjection, one could make the argument that he is still comparing it to the Looney Tunes show. The predecessor focused on primarily Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck living in a small home with various misadventures every week, and Ben obviously did not like that. Put that into a perspective where his expectations are lowered for this new show, and you can see where his expectations lay.
Yeah, it's not like Ben is saying the Looney Tunes show was the one where Bugs and Daffy have good Saturday nights. He's just predicting this one will. So even if we were to take this joke seriously, your point is still bunk.
Alright, Warner Brothers. Come in, truck me again. Bring it on. Wow. I can't believe it.
Neither do I. This will be a long fucking review.
And this will be a long commentary. That felt like a rift of history repeating itself.
They made a Looney Tunes reboot that actually feels like the original Looney Tunes. I'm not kidding.
Wow, Ben the Looney is actually showing footage of what he's talking about. That's actually a nice touch.
Bugs isn't urbanized, as each episode has him appearing in different locations throughout the world. You'd think he was a wild rabbit or something. And, bear with me, this is actually funny.
Yeah, let's skip to the ranting part.
What exactly was the purpose of letting all this play out when you're not even going to cover any of it? Like, Ben's video is just left there sitting, all you wind up saying is that it's cool he's showing footage, which you can do at any point in the video, and then let a little bit more of it play out and then just skip it. Why? I'm quite curious to how none of the other three who covered this even touched this part of the video. It was a different time, and everyone who previously covered this was fucking stupid. Good point.
This is clearly going to be heavily Bugs Bunny featured. And surprise, surprise, it is! Dag truck it! What is it with these executives thinking that Bugs Bunny is the only Looney Tunes character? The name of the trucking cartoons is Looney Tunes! There's more than one character!
Hey, if I can hop aboard Ben's point here, technically this spin-off is called Wabbit. It's implied to be a Looney Tunes production, sure, but it's obvious they wanted the mascot to have his own series, so they spent time focusing on him more than anyone else. You may not have to like it at the end of the day, but I think you went into this show with the wrong expectations if you expected a full-fledged reboot of the 1947 show. Now, let's watch CommentJack screw up addressing this.
The only other Looney Tunes character I've seen in this show is Yosemite Sam, whose new design is ugly as hell.
I find this hypocrisy! I find this hypocrisy! I find it!
Yeah, figured. CJ would rather spend his time pointing out Ben's avatar than actually addressing a valid point. GG. That'd be like me ignoring every argument CommentJack made just to point out how he's using Applejack as an avatar while Ben's at least using an OC. It's arbitrary, petty, and doesn't add anything to your overall argument.
And Wile E. Coyote, who's now Bugs Bunny's neighbor, even though he's a rabbit who pops up in several locations. So how the hell does that work? Not only that, but the episode I saw with Wile E. Coyote in it just had him trying to get one leaf off of his lawn, and Bugs was just there, I guess.
Oh, just dandy! We got a Looney Tunes show with only 3 Looney Tunes characters in it! Just wonderful! Granted, the show is still new and more characters are confirmed to appear later, but this is bullspit! I'm a diehard Looney Tunes fan, and Bugs Bunny isn't even my favorite character!
So basically, this show needs to present at least 10 or 15 original Looney Tunes characters on the first season, or else it's not a good show! But in all seriousness, either wait until season 3 is out, learn to deal with it, or just go truck yourself with a chainsaw.
This debunks nothing. Allow me to go down your list of retorts to Ben's critique of the show.
Be patient and wait till season 3.
Why? Ben's already fully aware that the other characters are confirmed for the later seasons of the show. He says it in your context. So what this tells me is that this review is obviously from the perspective of the first season alone, and within the first season he expected more of a Looney Tunes production over a show just about Bugs Bunny. Regardless of if he waits for later seasons, these first handful of episodes Ben is looking at in his review would still hold these problems.
Just deal with it.
This is not a retort. This is just dodging the point as you're expecting Ben to not have a complaint about a show he's reviewing that you don't agree with. At the end of the day, whether or not he deals with it, it doesn't make the current lineup of Looney Tunes no longer smaller in comparison to the original, and it sure as hell doesn't get rid of the problems that Ben has regarding Bugs Bunny being the main protagonist of the show disappear. At best, all dealing with it would change is that he wouldn't make a video talking about it.
Go fuck yourself.
This is basically telling Ben to deal with it, but more direct. CommentJack, I hope when you wrote this video script, this wasn't a point you were hoping to be valid.
I don't think CommentJack knows that reviews are at least 70% subjective. Furthermore, there's this.
You're going to go through the trouble of making a Looney Tunes show that matches the feel of the original cartoons, and you're only going to mostly focus on Bugs? Truck that! I know Bugs Bunny is the most popular Looney Tunes character, and it's good to see him back to his screwball roots, but he's a character that you can easily make boring if you continue to constantly shove him in people's faces. What makes the Looney Tunes cartoons so great is that there are a dozen starring characters that several people can get behind. Each character is so strong that they can stand on their own. It's a wide variety, and it's most likely when viewing a marathon of Looney Tunes, you're not going to see the same character over and over again. You're going to get a nice batch of stars. And that doesn't even count all the one-shot cartoons that don't even feature any of the starring characters.
Oh, hey! Look at that! Further elaboration as to why Ben has a problem with Wabbit focusing on primarily Bugs Bunny. It's almost as if CommentJack jumped the gun a bit with this mocking tone towards Ben's main complaint.
That actually makes his point worse, because that means Jack is boiling down Ben's argument so simply that it actually misinterprets the argument as a whole.
And combined with all the other base issues we had with CJ's complaints, CommentJack is essentially telling Ben here to just deal with the fact that this Looney Tunes-based show does the Looney Tunes style in such a jank manner that it almost feels borderline half-assed. Guess that means we should just deal with how half-baked CommentJack's video is.
So, yeah, we're stuck with a Looney Tunes cartoon in which the only character I've seen more than the character the trucking show is named after is Yosemite Sam. And yeah, no signs of my favorite character, Daffy!
Yeah, wait, what?
Well, of course. They had to not include Daffy to make room for the characters
PMS
that are more
attack
popular than him. Squeaks the Squirrel and Bigfoot. What?! Warner Brothers, I hope you're wearing protection, because I like to make sure that my partner is safe before I get trucked!
Hey, this isn't some game with limited time and budget. This is a high-budget TV animated show. There's plenty of time for whatever character they want to bring up. And you just said that the show is new and there's a lot of characters for the upcoming seasons. By your logic, those characters will never, ever appear on the show since
there is absolutely no space on the cartoon.
That is not at all what Ben means, and you know it. Ben's complaint isn't that there's not enough space, it's that the creators of the show gave more iconic characters the backseat to this rando squirrel and Bigfoot. His usage of the word space was to indicate that the priorities are put into the wrong areas, and that he believes we should have seen a better variety of OGs. Furthermore, if Ben acknowledges the show's potential to add in more characters, which you acknowledged he did, then even if your misinterpretation of Ben's point was correct, there'd still be a problem with your point, as Ben could be under the assumption that these other characters are already designed and planned out for later episodes, and if certain characters are confirmed, then Ben would already have the notion of what the character list entails. Like, characters can be confirmed for a limited list, you know. Ben wouldn't be saying these confirmed characters can't get in, just that other characters cannot be confirmed. Also, if I can be a bit pedantic, your comparison to games has me scratching my head a bit. Like, you say there's no time and budget for a high-budget animated show, but what you fail to realize is, no, there is. Regardless of if the budget is high or not, that aspect still exists. You still have to pay for animators, voice actors, sound directors, storyboard writers, and the works. You might have a lot of excess money even to counting all that in, but these are still aspects the budget has to go for. In fact, a lot of that same list can and does go into game design oftentimes. Following that, there is also a time limit for a show to be produced, especially if it comes out on a weekly basis like Wabbit does. Sure, you probably backlog a lot of the show's episodes, but you still have to get things done in a timely fashion in order to have that backlog.
You've got to be trucking spitting me! You mean to tell me that Bigfoot and generic squirrel deserve being in this show more than the likes of Daffy and Porky? Porky was the first breakout Looney Tunes star, you jackholes! What the hell is this squirrel and Bigfoot done in the history of animation? I don't fucking know! But all I can say is, why even bother making another Looney Tunes show if you're barely going to use their cast list and feature your own characters over them? Just make a Bigfoot and squirrel cartoon! I probably won't give a spit about it, but at least I don't have to suffer through seeing them when I'm trying to watch a stinking Looney Tunes show! Speaking of which, oh, Avery, forgive me for what I'm about to say.
I don't forgive you.
At least the Looney Tunes show featured more Looney Tunes characters than this show. Ow! The pain! Yes, while the Looney Tunes show got the personalities of the characters completely wrong, at least they were there. This show just shouts out, look, it's Bugs Bunny! Bugs Bunny's the only character you care about! Bugs Bunny! Bugs Bunny! Bugs Bunny!
Well, you got me.
Truck that! I didn't even watch Looney Tunes since I was born to think that Bugs Bunny is the only Looney Tunes character. You're not going to fool me, Warner Brothers.
Jeez, man, you're acting like this show cannot spend 3 seconds without focusing on Bugs Bunny.
Not only that, but the episode I saw with Wile E. Coyote in it just had him trying to get one leaf off of his lawn, and Bugs was just there, I guess. So, yeah, we're stuck with a Looney Tunes cartoon in which the only character I've seen more than the character the trucking show is named after is Yosemite Sam.
In that regard, Ben really is contradicting himself here. If Bugs Bunny is the only character that the show wished the audience care about, why would they have an entire segment dedicated to Wile E. and show Yosemite Sam more than Bugs Bunny by his own estimate? Unless perhaps he's estimating incorrectly.
Also, I don't give a shit that he's not your favorite character, because you are not the only person on the Looney Tunes demographic. Think of that for a second.
The fuck does it matter if he's not the only Looney Tunes demographic? It's still an issue to Ben that they focus so hard on Bugs Bunny because Bugs is a character that, in his mind, gets stale after some time.
Jack, all you're realistically doing here is trying to invalidate a subjective criticism against the show that Ben has. Your continual dodging at the point and, well, borderline copping out isn't doing much because this, at the end of the day, is Ben's review, and this is still something he sees as an issue.
At this point, we could literally use this kind of logic to any and every negative review of a television show ever.
But hey, maybe I'm overreacting.
Maybe. After all, the show is still new, and it's got plenty of time to allow the other Looney Tunes characters to get featured, like Elmer Fudd, who the creator said isn't going to be in this show. Oh. Well, how about Daffy, who hasn't been confirmed to appear in this show either?
Well, at least they're not going to take Taz, rename him Theodore Tasmanian, and make him an accountant. Nope. At least they're not going to do that.
Why is that a bad thing? I'm just asking. Why the hell is that a bad thing?
Well, if you had all paid attention to Ben's review leading to this point, you'd realize Ben doesn't like it when characters' designs and personalities are changed. That appeared to be his main complaint in regards to the Looney Tunes show.
Yes, while the Looney Tunes show got the personalities of the characters completely wrong, at least they were there!
There's actually a really bitchy and spitefully sarcastic video that came out like 3 years prior to yours that gives examples to which characters in particular he feels they got wrong and how. But overall, what we can decipher from this clip on its own is that Ben prefers if the characters to shows he watches keeps their identifiable personalities. Taz is a feral and uneducated character. He's completely uncivilized, and so putting him into a situation where he's an accountant, while might be funny to some, frustrates Ben because it's not the personality he expects when he sees Taz. Hey, you were the one just asking.
Dumbass! Even ignoring that they can. Ignoring the fact that they can and did. People don't make reboots to compare themselves to the classics. They do it because they want to bring classic characters back to life. And people will not give a shit if they're not as good as the classics.
Ooh, this hurt to listen to. Even taking out examples that happened after this video's release. Teen Titans Go, anyone? Oh man, do I not want to talk about that one.
Well, I thought it was a well-beloved show, accepted by all.
Why? Because they're still of a very good quality. And I'm stopping the video right here because I'm so fucking pissed off. Final thoughts. Ben, Eddie the Scammer, learn from his mistakes. Mr. Enter, learn from his mistakes. Sammy the fucking classic Sonic fan, learn from his mistakes.
At this current moment, I'm confused as to why CommentJack is bringing up these names, much less someone like Sammy Classic Sonic Fan, who is confirmed to not be a serious user even at the time of the video's release, and would therefore not have any mistakes for Ben to learn from.
Guess CommentJack didn't get the email.
But, you! All you learned after 1.5 years was how to edit video footage. You still don't know how the whole it's a persona and it's over the top thing works. Yes, the arguments can be over exaggerated, but in some way they're still reasonable. You basically say that this show is crap just because you want it to be something that is not made out to be. Wabbit may not be as good as the original shorts, but it's still a very good show.
That's subjective and you know it. Alright, so we're done. Shall I deal in next? Well, it's your turn to, so yeah. Playing Go Fish for 100 was a fucking mistake, I swear to God.
Okay, I cannot describe how unbelievably pissed off I am. Also, from now on my response avatar.
But hey, Rigby screwed up like more than once. And according to Mr. Enter, if you fuck up more than once, it's not an accident.
Except for the fact that Mr. Enter was actually wrong with this case. You can repeat the same accident and it wouldn't be your fault. I mean, let's say that I accidentally broke 2 glass cups. I unintentionally trip on something causing me to fall down and that glass to fall and break. Now, would I be at fault here? No, because I didn't mean to be tripped by something at both times.
Also, by that wording there, you've said that Rigby was actually at fault in this episode and not Mordecai. And going by Mr. Enter's logic, because according to you, he's the almighty god of animation reviews, he would be at fault because he screwed up more than once and therefore they were not accidents. Because of that logic, that would mean that Rigby purposefully locked himself and Mordecai in the freezer. When that's not the case.
Yeah, that would be a good argument to make if all I just said was not in a sarcastic manner.
Wait, that was sarcasm? I mean, you sounded so bored and serious, kinda like Mr. Enter, so we couldn't tell. And you can come up with as many excuses as you want to try to backpedal, but having at the very least decent acting or an ability to emote is key when trying to make a joke like that.
Okay, I know my acting is not the best, but even I used this picture, which could clearly be a sign of me being completely tongue-in-cheek with my argument.
No, not necessarily. People tend to pay more attention to the voice to detect sarcasm, not look into what picture you're currently using. I mean, sure, it's recommended to use avatars that represent your emotion or speech pattern, but that still doesn't excuse poor acting. I mean, I could use the dumbest picture of Roy I have right now and say, "Oh, CommentJack, your videos are so gosh," in the most monotone and bored voice possible. Could that be sarcasm? Yes. Am I still at fault for not properly conveying sarcasm? Yes. What I'm saying in short is that sarcasm mostly works with the inflection in your voice. Your avatar and or being a horrible actor does not excuse that. I don't see why that's so hard for you to get.
As well as hitting yourself with your own words. Makes me wonder if you passed high school. Or 3rd grade for that matter.
You know what they say, kids. When your points are crap and they don't mean a thing, use ad hominems and baseless insults. Those are bound to win any argument. Also, joke's on you. I actually missed 3rd grade. Good times. Playing Pokemon Emerald. Not having a care in the world. SpongeBob used to be fun to watch. Just peace. It sucks having responsibilities.
It's true. We can guide you out of the meat locker, but only if you will agree to take us to a barbecue where we can be eaten.
Huge party contest flashback.
What? What was that? Can you speak up more clearly? Dynamo, do you know as to what he said?
Why are you farther away from me? Of course you couldn't hear him from where you're at!
But can you hear him where you're at?
I said fighting contest.
Good for you. That still doesn't change the fact that it was hard to hear you, and now, even knowing what you said, it still doesn't make any sense.
It was the hot dogs, not Rigby.
Yes, the hot dogs did attack the gang, but who was the one that let the hot dogs out and fell for their tricks? Rigby. I mean, you could say that he and Mordecai would have died if he didn't find them, but it probably wouldn't have happened at all if Rigby had held the freezer door open, which was after if Rigby didn't cook the hot dogs to begin with and burn them up. So yeah, I agree with Mordecai on this one.
Considering Rigby was sorry about this, even so Mordecai could be in the right. Yeah, this is not cold-hearted as hell.
Okay, I can barely make out what you're saying in the first bit. Real quick, I shouldn't have to struggle or cut my speakers to max just to make out what you're saying, although it also sounds like you're slurring your words together. Either speak more clearly, and if that doesn't work, do retakes. How hard is that for you to get the first umpteenth times? Also note this is coming from someone who has a speech impediment and stutters. But back to the point, if I had to take a complete shot at what he said, the hard to hear part was, even if Mordecai is in the right. So, considering Rigby was sorry about this, even if Mordecai is in the right. And if this is the case, then yes, Rigby burning the hot dogs can still be put into this, even if he was sorry for it. It led to both being locked in the freezer and Rigby finding the man-eating hot dogs. The point, even if Rigby was sorry for that, it still led to much bigger problems that really can't be blamed on anyone else but Rigby. As before, Mordecai has every single right to be as annoyed as Benson and the others.
That was sarcasm, 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 that was sarcasm. Do I need to say it how many fucking times.
Well, lot of fucking die. You somewhat did sarcasm properly. That said, your sarcasm in the review was still crap.
I told you I'd fix it. I knew that you would.
The end.
That didn't help at all.
Well, that clip felt forced in. Was that supposed to be funny, or supposed to mean something? The clip itself just doesn't fit the mood. That is, unless if you're that horrified with the hot dogs cannibalizing each other.
Wait, I thought that the clip was referring to Rigby lying to Benson.
Actually, I thought that you meant for the entire episode.
Okay, I'm gonna try to say this as calmly as I can. I did that because after all of the moments I heard Mordecai saying,
I knew you couldn't fix it, dude. I knew you couldn't fix it.
I was insulted about how he ends the episode with this.
I told you I'd fix it. I knew that you would.
And you don't think you're in the wrong in any way over that? Either way, the clip was still vague. You didn't say any of that in your review. Maybe if you ended the video explaining a bit why you felt that way, we wouldn't have said the clip felt unnecessary, because in reality, without any form of elaboration, it just feels like it's there to be there. I don't care if you meant this or that. When you're doing something like this, you need for it to make sense for your audience. And if it doesn't, then put some sense into it. Also, I'm getting the feeling that once you put something in your video, you automatically think your audience should know what it stands for no matter how vague it is. Let me say, it doesn't work like that. You should be able to think about if what you're going to do makes sense, in which you work with it so your audience will get it.
Okay, here are my final thoughts. When you think I contradict myself, think for a minute, because maybe this isn't literal.
It's still possible to contradict yourself and be literal. Which is what we thought happened due to your poor wording and monotone voice. Emote a little bit in the future, you freaking rock!
Make this mistake again, and people will start thinking you are A, a troll, or B, South Park levels of dumb.
Well, the video had 33 likes and was heavily praised, along with your horde points in this video. I still don't see any detrimental problems that would make people think that. Also, good lord, you are the absolute last person who should say that. Most if not all of your videos are made up of bad points and misunderstandings. And don't even get me started on the quote-unquote sexual harassment incident with DiCaprio. Please tell me, where do you, out of all people, have any form of room to claim that? Especially since MTR and I have proven that we are capable of analyzing videos and properly debunking claims we have problems with, as opposed to you, who have yet to do a decent commentary. I'm not saying this to sound high and mighty in the least bit. I'm only saying you have absolutely no credibility to question someone's quality or logic when you have shown zero of your own standards. Pot meet the freaking kettle. And after that, the video ended. So, my final thoughts? This was just painful. All he does is blame me and MTR for something that, despite this whole shenanigan, was still on his head. We blatantly said that your acting and emotion were horrible and that you needed to work on them. Problems like the whole thing with your sarcasm can happen with poor acting, and it only strengthens our point. In reality, all you did was exacerbate something trivial. And no, I'm not telling you what that means. Look it up for yourself. Anyways, I'm done dealing with CommentJack. If he makes another commentary on me, then somebody else cover it, because I'm tired of dealing with him. Also, off topic, but am I the only one bothered by how when he flamed MTR, he didn't post his comment in the video comments, but in MTR's discussion box, along with posting his commentary on his side channel as opposed to his CommentJack channel? Almost as if he was trying to keep this video as secret as possible, or at least it seems that way to me. CommentJack. What else do I really have to say? I mean, it's been about a year since he started making commentaries, and I thought to myself, okay, maybe after a year or so he'll start to improve and at least be decent. And boy was I wrong. Like, I'm not mad at all. I'm happy. I'm so fucking happy that I was highly debating whether or not I would cover this video, since I said in my last commentary on CommentJack that I was done with him. But this certain video bothered me so badly that I needed to say something about it. Originally I thought maybe I'll make a response to it, either on YouTube, TwitLonger, or DeviantArt, but as I thought about it, I eventually decided that I might as well just commentate on it if it bothered me that much. Plus, it's been almost a year since I last talked about CommentJack, so I highly doubt many people will mind. Anyways, for context, CommentJack made a commentary on George Raccoon and Illini Guy 34's co-op on Halo Fan HB00's commentary on Leafy Green Productions' commentary on... Actually, the degrees after this hold little to any significance to any arguments that CommentJack and I may make. Nevertheless, though, here is a complete list of the degrees to prevent confusion. All that said, let's finally get into this train wreck.
Oh boy, I finally get around to talk about George Raccoon. Yeah, basically I wanted to make a full-length commentary on this, but then I realized most of the points were technical-wise. Also, if anyone points out this video is over a year old, I'll have you know that neither George nor Ernie seem to have improved enough. Okay, maybe Ernie.
Goody! The video's only begun and I'm already questioning my sanity. In what senses has George not improved? Going back, he said most of the problems were technical-wise. At least I think he said that because he mumbles like he's about to fall asleep right in the middle of the Emancipation Proclamation. But honestly, for all I know, you could be saying that as an excuse to make George look worse than you think. Seriously, not everybody's going to know how his content in no way hasn't improved. Show us or give examples. That way we, as your audience listening to what you have to say, can decide if your reasoning for digging up a year-old video is truly worth it.
Also, new avatar.
So what's the...
Listen to this. This intro is just so epic, it doesn't even need music.
Yeah, no shit. That was kind of what he was going for if you look at it longer than 5 seconds. Also, if you're gonna scream that I'm taking a joke seriously like last time, again, your sarcasm still needs work. Not helping how you spent your opening acting completely condescending to George, which arguably had a semi-similar tone to your sarcasm. And while I'm at it, sarcasm can be used to get arguments or points across. Therefore, if the point you're giving isn't good, I have every right to call it out. And finally, albeit minor, why did you wait until Ernie started talking to interject? It not only looks sloppy, but can also cause confusion if you don't know what's going to happen next. The first time I watched this, I honestly thought you were talking about Ernie instead of George's intro. In short, you should look out for bumps like that.
Hello guys, HFHV Zozo here. Today's commentary is on Leafy Green Production, on his commentary on Awesome Commentators. If you don't know who Awesome Commentators are...
Dude, we all know who Awesome Commentators are, so you don't need to explain.
But what about the people who don't know who Awesome Commentators are?
Hey, if everyone supposedly knows who Gligar is, anything is fucking possible.
I've read this multiple times, and I really don't get what you're bitching about. The joke itself was only 30 seconds, so the only thing I can think of that he's complaining about is how long Halo fans' video played, including their audio duct, which was a little over a minute, or the time when the joke took place, which was around the minute and 50 seconds mark. Better kill two birds with one stone just to be safe. For the first, I don't see how that's entirely bad, since Halo fans' video only played a little under 45 seconds after the joke. Or maybe it's because the joke didn't debunk anything. Even then, I don't entirely see why having goofy and occasionally off-topic jokes is bad, especially since commentaries are meant to entertain as well as inform, and it could be argued that having some out-of-the-blue humor can be seen as entertaining. Now to debunk the second theory and somewhat debunk the first one, the joke took place not long after an actual argument regarding Halo fans' intro coming out of the blue and not being significant or noticeable. And if my entire essay ends up being none of that, then I'd point out that your argument is so vague and cryptic that it can mean almost anything. We're not mind readers, dude. If you can't explain properly, don't get worked up if your viewers can't figure out what you mean.
However, we decided to do a commentary and it was way terrible. So let's begin.
There's always bullshit you Hey, Halo fan, I found something really juicy we can go do a co-op on.
Wow, what is it?
Good lord, what's my acting stuff? They got another part to use that. Here's retakes.
Dude, why did they do retakes?
Oh my fucking god, you can't be serious. The guy gives a critique on acting and your response is, why retakes? This shit is what many other people have called you out on, not just Leafy.
George, don't go angry on me.
Okay, I get this is a joke, but your voice sounds like you're fucking drunk. Especially if you're on the level that Ernie needs to call you out. Like, not the worst, but still, get good.
So, Ernie telling George not to get angry means he sounds like he's drunk and... What am I doing? Oh my god. Okay, seriously, I know he's critiquing George's acting, but I fail to see what exactly is wrong with it. I mean, first, George starts off his statement with,
oh my fucking god, you can't be serious.
His voice is slightly raised, and he sounds rather annoyed. I think it's safe to say he sounds angry, or at the very least, about to get angry.
Commentaries on a troll. 4. A frickin' 4.
Get it? He done full commentaries. And also, stop repeating yourself.
You fucking what, mate?
Stop repeating yourself.
Don't do it.
You know, considering the fact that you are infamous for that, and still continue to do it to this day...
Don't do that. I swear to God, Ernie, if you fuck...
You're one to talk.
He said it, guys! He fucking said it! Okay, I have to explain this because this has been a problem not just with Ernie, but with most commentators in the fucking community. I wanted to talk about the "you're not one to talk" statement for a long fucking time. The point should never be that someone's point is invalid just because it does something similar. It should be that if someone's going to criticize someone else, they need to use that exact same criticism for themselves. It's called practice what you preach. It's a similar statement, but it actually tries to help rather than fucking silence your opponent.
What did I even just witness? Mother of God. Okay, there is quite a bit wrong with this statement, so allow me to completely rip this tripe to shreds to show you how much of a mountain he's making out of a molehill. First off the bat, albeit minor yet again, he said you're one to talk, not you're not one to talk. Now with that out of the way, second, I fail to see how George and Ernie were trying to silence Halo Fan. Maybe it's because you either misheard or misrepresented Ernie's statement, but either way, no, there doesn't seem to be any kind of intention here in the least bit. Which brings me to third. They never even said his point was necessarily wrong. They merely were just pointing out hypocrisy, which, yes, hypocrisy doesn't disprove points, that's very much true, but if someone calls out someone else, if not multiple people, for a flaw, yet is clearly just as bad, if not worse, for the same thing, then it's much harder to take that person as a viable source on how to do something right. Something you even seem to acknowledge, but whatever.
If you don't know who Gligar 13 is,
Dude, we actually, everyone knows who Gligar 13 Vids is.
With Metal Gears.
Wait a minute. You just cut out one of Leafy's statements.
You know what? I'll admit that's a decent point. Wait a minute.
Gligar 14 Vids is.
Assertions everywhere.
It's
okay, George. What was the point of showing that fucking clip?
Possibly to back up his point, possibly to make sure his audience knows what he's talking about, because that's so horrible, isn't it?
Is this something that's gonna be brought up later? You know what? I have to find out. There isn't!
Oh my fucking God. Why is this such a big deal like you're making it out to be? The clip only went on for a few seconds and didn't exactly drag out. Stop acting so uppity and try to find actual flaws.
is it a 2D platformer? I can recall lots of times where I've had to backtrack.
It's his opinion that the game actually sucks.
First of all, it wasn't the point that the game sucked. It was the point that the game was linear. Second of all, if things used to back up an opinion are wrong factually, this means you can still critique the opinion if the things used to back it up are wrong factually.
So there.
Self-action designed by developers who design...
Oh my god, why can't people in the community just skip it instead of speeding it up?
Seriously, are you talking about skip
George? We're about to hit that minute mark. Just saying.
Skip screens are long for skip standards, so therefore, you should...
George?
Correction.
Are you there?
Complaining about a skip screen.
Is anyone there?
It's not like a skip screen is only 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Really?
Okay, if he wasn't...
Oh, there you are. Now you understand why people speed up the video, now do you?
I can get where he's coming from. It is important to speed up parts if they drag out too long. But since we're on this topic, I do want to quickly point out that it's also bad to speed up a video too fast. I say this because in some of the parts that CommentJack sped up, some of the degrees were already talking at a rather fast pace, which made it impossible to hear them after they were sped up. Let's take a quick look.
Self-action designed by developers who design...
Now for this, either don't speed the video up to this pace, or play the parts where the video is playing fast at a slower rate. Your choice. Anyways, I'm ending here because he continues on for about 2 minutes and either says something one-offish or just makes a bunch of jokes while George and Ernie's video plays. Now, I've got quite a lot to say about both the video and CommentJack. Honestly, this is probably the first time a video has completely pissed me off while watching it. Half the points either felt like you were desperate to make George look like the worst thing to walk the earth, and overall making things in the video look worse than they actually are. Honestly, the only thing I can see that he's improved on is his editing, and that's really about it. Now on to CommentJack. You have been in this community for roughly a year, and I think it's safe to say that you have barely changed a bit. Even after a year, your commentary skills are still rather poor. You get needlessly angry both in and outside of your commentaries over the littlest things, and from what I've been witnessing, you still make videos about people because of past grudges. Now before you say something like, "Oh, I didn't make that video because of that." Yeah, sure, but let me remind you that your actions speak louder than words. Along with you doing videos on people in the past because either they said something you didn't like or you had a grudge against said person. Overall, it wouldn't entirely surprise me if you actually did make this because you were mad at George. I think this lengthy tirade can be summed up with this. Grow up, actually listen to some of the criticism that people have tried to give you, and stop getting so aggressive when something doesn't go the way you want. I'm not trying to sound rude. I'm really not. But honestly, what can I say at this point?
I'm pissed, I'm frustrated, and I'm insulted. I never wanted to do a commentary on CommentJack. I'll be straight up right now. I always thought everyone did a better job at explaining why he's such a sack of shit when it comes to commentaries. However, just like Mr. Enter, CommentJack did that one thing that drove me over the edge and forced me to debunk his sorry little ass. And we're about to do that right now. It's go time.
And it looks like there's no sign of any more of this in the future. That's it. I'm done.
Many months later.
Oh my god.
Wow. That joke bombed so hard. I'm pretty sure it ended World War II. Yeah, you're going to need to have something called a unique internet personality in order to pull that off, CommentJack. Okay, this is a minor nitpick, but the font he uses for these videos are just absolutely terrible.
Hey guys, this is Diego Leiva and welcome to CommentJack. God, I just said CommentJack and I already hate myself.
Wait, what did he say?
God, I just said CommentJack and I already hate myself.
Something about saying CommentJack and hating himself? Alright then.
Whatever. Since I'm such a
lazy piece of cunt.
What did he say? Lazy piece of cunt? I'm sorry, you're gonna have to turn down that pitch, hun.
When it comes to detail, here's some backstory.
Wow, love how you have to point out your own jokes there, mate. Pretty pathetic. Oh, so you call us lazy pieces of cunts when it comes to detail and history. Ha ha, not funny.
A Looney Tunes production. In November, Ben the Looney came back from the dead after a 1-year, 5-month hiatus. Then he made a video where he basically bashes the show for extremely idiotic reasons.
And then Snap Attack Crew gave me the power of commentaries he never did so I can commentate on it.
Well, Snap Attack must have been a pretty shitty commentator if this is what he uses his power for.
Oh, and if you say he's a dead horse...
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that Ben the Looney is a dead horse, you idiot!
I will kick your ass all the way back to 2003.
Oh goody, I can't wait to see the room in theaters again.
Anyways, let's start.
Welcome back to Ben Rants, and I'm not allowed in the state of Missouri.
Wow. Fucking wow. I will not talk about how awful is his avatar, since that is not only obvious but irrelevant as well.
Oh, he has a terrible avatar? You're using fucking Applejack, you're not one to talk.
What is important is I'm back to unleash my insanity onto the entertainment industry. So, what am I going to come back on? Ah, shit!
Wow. Ben the Looney actually cussed. This has nothing to do with CommentJack, just... Man, that's gold right there.
Oh, just wonderful. I take a year-long break, I come back to entertain my
Classy,
fans,
CommentJack, classy.
bends me over and trucks me! A new Looney Tunes show?
Yeah, because the last one worked so well!
Okay, this is to future reviewers, commentators, voice actors, etc. Aside of an extremely monotone voice, the last thing you want when it comes to sarcasm is drawing out the inflections. Especially when your mic quality is this fucking abysmal. The best way to inflect sarcasm is to be quick, like this. Because yeah, he wants everything to be censored. Everything! But drawing out your sarcasm like what Ben did here will give your audience audio whiplash.
Oh, you asked for it today, CommentJack. I'm going to debunk your ass! 1. If you're not going to use a specific segment of the video, cut it out, CommentJack! You literally left about 30 seconds of Ben the Looney in there and said almost nothing about it. 2. Blaming the whiplash on the sarcasm instead of the shitty microphone? Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Sarcasm. 3. Ben the Looney's sarcasm lasted only 2 seconds. Meanwhile, your sarcasm used in your example lasted 2 seconds. And that's not even including the fact that you repeated it twice. Stop exaggerating for points, CommentJack. And finally, you have no right to talk to future reviewers, commentators, etc., considering how awful your commentaries are and how awful this point you made was. Debunked!
Great! What is this show going to be about? Are Bugs and Daffy gonna be stoners working at a gas station?
Hey, aren't we supposed to compare this to the Looney Tunes show, not Pony.mob? I'm just curious. I do not remember any of this shit on the Looney Tunes show.
That was a fucking joke, you fucking scrub!
You do realize you could have made that a lot more funny, right? Here, watch.
Oh look, not only is CommentJack a Mr. Enter kiss-up, but he's also a half-boiled hero kiss-up. Ha, ha, ha.
Alright, Warner Brothers. Come in, truck me again. Bring it on.
I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with CommentJack either, but seriously, how do people not talk about this? My god, Ben, your drawings are so shitty, it's hilarious.
Wow. I can't believe it.
Neither do I. This will be a long fucking review.
Was there anything that made you frustrated there? What was specifically wrong about that part? You never explained. Was it the face? You might want to be more clear next time, CommentJack.
They made a Looney Tunes reboot that actually feels like the original Looney Tunes. I'm not kidding.
Wow, Ben the Looney is actually showing footage of what he's talking about. That's actually a nice touch.
Bugs isn't urbanized, as each episode has him appearing in different locations throughout the world. You'd think he was a wild rabbit or something. And, bear with me, this is actually funny.
Yeah, let's skip to the ranting part.
Oh, really? Now you have the brilliant idea to skip? I mean, you show 15 seconds of Ben the Looney, only to say nothing about it and waste my time, huh? There was a much better way you could have done that, you know.
Wow, Ben the Looney is actually showing footage of what he's talking about. That's actually a nice touch. Yeah, let's skip to the ranting part.
See the difference? Here's a message to you, future reviewers, commentators, etc. Don't waste my time!
Oh, it's good to see that. Wait a minute. Something ain't right here. Oh yeah, this is one of those videos. While so far I've said good things about this show, there is still one teensy-weensy, itty-bitty thing they got wrong. Everything else!
Yeah, tell me all the reasons why you hate this show. Is it the gross out aspect? Is it because of them sticking to the formula? Is it because Bugs is not really that pleasant of a character in this incarnation? Each and single one of them is a very reasonable point.
Okay, you are an idiot. No, actually, you're deaf, because Ben specifically praised the show for sticking to the original formula. And you know who else complains about gross out and unpleasant characters? Mr. Enter! Oh, would you look at that. Maybe CommentJack isn't that much of a Mr. Enter fanboy as we thought. Oh wait, no, never mind. Taking the everything else line as little as he did seemed very Mr. Enter-ish.
Tell me, is it any of those?
That's right, everything that's wrong with this cartoon can be summed up with the title.
No, I'm sorry, but Was that a cutoff? Was that a fucking cutoff? 'Cause if so, that was one of the most abysmal cutoffs I have ever seen. Guys, if you want to do cutoffs, you may not want to cut off on the last word of your sentence. And wait a minute, looking at it in retrospect, was that last part a joke? Or segue? I'm sorry, because I can't tell for your absolutely horrible acting. Was that a joke? The last part I commentated on.
The only other Looney Tunes character I've seen in this show is Yosemite Sam, whose new design is ugly as hell.
I find this hypocrisy! I find this hypocrisy! I find it!
Did that just happen? Is this a nightmare? Have I gone to hell? CommentJack, real talk here. Stop being a Bob kiss-up! You're not going to get into Bob, and you're not going to be a good commentator if you keep your shit up! Jesus. I'm gonna pop a vein if I get any angrier.
And Wile E. Coyote, who's now Bugs Bunny's neighbor, even though he's a rabbit who pops up in several locations. So how the hell does that work? Not only that, but the episode I saw with Wile E. Coyote in it just had him trying to get one leaf off of his lawn, and Bugs was just there, I guess.
Oh, just dandy. We got a Looney Tunes show.
I'm sorry, but was that fast-forwarding part supposed to be skipping? Wow, CommentJack, way to accomplish one of my major pet peeves in the commentary community. Worst part is you were using a skip card before. What happened to that?
I'm a diehard Looney Tunes fan, and Bugs Bunny isn't even my favorite character.
So basically,
this show needs to present at least 10 or 15 original Looney Tunes characters on the first season, or else it's not a good show.
Wow, that's actually a decent point. Made by literally everyone else back in 2011 to 2013. You wonder why people call Bernadette Horus?
but in all seriousness, either wait until season 3 is out, learn to deal with it, or just go truck yourself with a chainsaw.
Why should he wait, huh? Season 1 is specifically the season where you gotta make a good first impression, and the wait until season 3 is just as retarded as Brony saying that I gotta watch the finale of the 4th season in order to get into MLP. Oh, wait!
You're going to go through the trouble of making a Looney Tunes show that matches the feel of the original cartoons, and you're only going to mostly focus on Bugs? Truck that! I know Bugs Bunny is the most popular Looney Tunes character, and it's good to see him back to his screwball roots, but he's a character that you can easily make boring if you continue to constantly shove him in people's faces.
Okay, I am really sick of this. Why do these bad commentators show an entire minute of footage from the original source material, only to say nothing about it? Seriously, am I the only one that wants to stab myself every time this occurs? Quit wasting my time! Why do I keep running into the same problem?
Well, of course. They had to not include Daffy to make room for the characters that are more popular.
I'm sorry, but do you know how to audio pan CommentJack? What the fuck is he saying there? No closed captioning. Ugh, I can't crack the code. I guess we'll never know what he said.
Warner Brothers, I hope you're wearing protection, because I like to make sure that my partner is safe before I get trucked!
Hey, this isn't some game with limited time and budget. This is a high-budget TV animated show. There's plenty of time for whatever character they want to bring up. And you just said that the show is new and there's a lot of characters for the upcoming seasons. By your logic, those characters will never, ever appear on the show since
there is absolutely no space on the cartoon.
Stop. Remember this line, everyone. It's going to bite him in the ass.
Also, I don't give a shit that he's not your favorite character, because you are not the only person on the Looney Tunes demographic. Think of that for a second.
Hey, CommentJack, yeah. He's a fucking critic! He's allowed to have his own opinion and explain it so it's reasonable. No fucking shit, he's not the only person in the Looney Tunes demographic. The only person who would ever use that much of a retarded rebuttal is a die-hard fanboy. Wait a minute, what was that one video on the Amateurized channel? Of course. Of fucking course. So, not only is CommentJack a Mr. Enter fanboy, but he's also a Wabbit fanboy. How fucking peachy.
But hey, maybe I'm overreacting.
Maybe. After all, the show is still new, and
it's got plenty of time to allow the other Looney Tunes characters to get featured, like Elmer Fudd, who the creator said isn't going to be in this show. Oh. Well, how about Daffy, who hasn't been confirmed to appear in this show either?
Hey guys, let's go back a few.
By your logic, those characters will never, ever appear on the show since
there is absolutely no space on the cartoon.
And it's got plenty of time to allow the other Looney Tunes characters to get featured, like Elmer Fudd, who the creator said isn't going to be in this show. Oh. Well, how about Daffy, who hasn't been confirmed to appear in this show either?
Well, would you look at that?
Well, at least they're not going to take Taz, rename him Theodore Tasmanian, and make him an accountant. Nope. At least they're not going to do that.
why is that a bad thing? I'm just asking. Why the hell is that a bad thing?
Somebody didn't watch his Looney Tunes show review.
So, that's Wabbit. And guess what? I hate it! Granted, I like it slightly better than the Looney Tunes show, but with its generic character designs, lazy new characters, and lack of original Looney Tunes characters, this show is not even close to being a spiritual successor to the original shorts. You were so close, Warner Brothers!
But you just said that they're not even close!
Hooray for nitpicking!
Why don't you stop trying to catch lightning in a bottle twice? The original Looney Tunes are animation perfection.
No, they're flawed. Like every single cartoon in the fucking world.
Hey, there's a difference between perfection and animated perfection! You idiot!
No one can recreate that. I don't care who they are.
Oh yeah, it was totally necessary to just switch to a shitty web camera of your real-life face. Sarcasm. Ugh! Ugh! Finally done. Thank God. This commentary. Abysmal. You had shitty points. You commentated on Dead Horus. Your ass-kissing to Bob was incredibly annoying. Your acting was shit and unclear. You kept wasting my time at certain parts of the video. Your jokes suck. And you suck. Do us a big fat fucking favor, CommentJack, and quit commentaries altogether, because all you are doing with your piss poor videos is painting a bad light on the actual good commentators in this community. I'm just glad it's over. If it had gone for any longer, I swear I would have completely lost out. Thank God that's never.
You still don't know how the whole it's a persona and it's over the top thing works. Say what you want about Mr. Enter. At least when he fails, we can see that he's trying. We can see some reason and some logic behind his arguments. And at least he has a decent avatar and a decent mic quality. In other words, you fail!
No, CommentJack. You fail. You fucking fail! You failed commentaries, you failed debugging Ben, and most importantly, you failed to have a purpose in this community. About 9 commentators in this community have debunked you, and yet you never, ever improved. Between showing a dick in your 10th commentary, failing to commentate on such easy targets, being a Mr. Enter fanboy and just quote whatever he says and pretend you have a point, thinking that you can arrest us for insulting you on the internet, remember that, everybody? You have no purpose here. And you know what? CommentJack will probably do a commentary on this video too. And you know what? I won't reply back, because I don't want to see another second of this guy's videos. I don't want CommentJack to improve. No. I want him gone. I want him to quit commentaries and never come back. Plain and simple, I'm View to do 101, and thanks for watching. Goodbye!
CommentJack is a commentator that needs no introduction because I covered him once before. He was the target to my most infamous commentary and my second most well-known commentary, right behind my Mr. Enter commentary to date. I still feel bad for making that video on CJ to this day, but this time around, it's not because I told him to quit or because I threw a temper tantrum in front of him. Now, I hate the fact that I failed to give CJ any constructive criticism that would have helped him. At first, this didn't seem like it would be evidently a problem because CJ was starting to improve with his commentaries on Complaint Bandicoot 64. But now, he's done the same mistake I did with him. He commentated on somebody out of spite. I feared he would slip up again, but I didn't know it would come to the point where he'd mirror my missteps. Now I must right this wrong. CJ, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna point out some flaws I found in your video, and then I'm gonna give you major advice that I hope you would stick with for the rest of your commentary career. I'm not pissed, I'm not frustrated, I'm not insulted. I'm disappointed in both myself and you. For a little context, CJ wanted a commentator and artist by the name of George Raccoon to do fan art for him. However, George refused because CJ's reputation of a CC was not the best, which should imply that, well, he wasn't a fan. So of course he wouldn't do fan art. CJ got upset and called George a poopy buttface or something like that. Then CJ decided to do this video commentating on George because he thought that would really show him. It didn't. Before I begin, I know this video of CJ's is semi-disowned, but not only do I feel as if CJ is doing that to prevent backlash according to conversations I had with him on Twitter, and that he has no idea why people think this video is bad, but I feel this video should be fully disowned by CommentJack. Here's why.
Oh boy, I finally get around to talk about George Raccoon. Yeah, basically I wanted to make a full-length commentary on this, but then I realized most of the points were technical wise. Also, if anyone points out this video is over a year old, I'll have you know that neither George nor Ernie seem to have improved enough. Okay, maybe Ernie.
This is my first and probably most major piece of proof that you did this out of spite for George. By even implying that Ernie has improved since his commentary, you basically took him out of the picture and singled out George. And that's stupid because, quite frankly, if you think that Ernie's improved since his commentary, why couldn't you just find a solo commentary from George? I mean, hey, you're saying that George hasn't improved since his video, so I'm sure it would be easy to find another video of his that would be worth material, right? It's not like you're ignoring his other videos just so you can justify your petty reasons for commentating on this. Oh wait, yes it is. That's exactly what happened, and I know it too. Everyone knows it. But then I hear you saying, where's your evidence that George has improved? And to that I say, well, I can't really say right now, just remember this point for later.
Also new avatar.
So what's the
Listen to this. This intro is just so epic, it doesn't even need music. In fact, I haven't even played my actual intro yet. Hold on.
Does a less than 3-second intro having no music really add or subtract to anything in the video? Seriously, this is a nitpick at best.
Wait, I don't even use that intro anymore.
Hello guys, Zozo here. Today's commentary is on Leafy Green Production, on his commentary on awesome commentators. If you don't know who awesome commentators are...
Dude, we all know who awesome commentators are, so you don't need to explain.
But what about the people who don't know who awesome commentators are?
Hey, if everyone supposedly knows who Gligar is, anything is fucking possible.
So, instead of actually debunking Ernie's point, you instead decide to take a joke from my commentary on Nero's Q. And the sad thing is, it doesn't even make any sense here. That joke was used when Nero said something that neither argued nor agreed with the video he was covering. Here, however, George and Ernie are actually trying to argue something. I mean, you could explain how what they were saying was overall insignificant, but you don't. Ever. Furthermore,
Motherfuck, was that loud?
Seriously, when I used that joke, it wasn't nearly as ear-bleedingly loud as you made it here. Don't get me wrong, my audio was still loud, but at least it's not turned up to the degree where my heart skipped a beat. Audio balancing. Learn it.
However, we've been decided to do commentary and it was way terrible. So, let's begin.
There's always bullshit back.
Hey, Heels fan, I found something really juicy we can go do a co-op on.
Wow, what is this?
Good lord, YouTube my acting sucks. They got another part to use that. Here's what you get.
Dude, why did you do retakes?
Oh my fucking god, you can't be serious. The guy gives a critique on acting and your response is, why retakes? This shit is what many other people have called you out on, not just Leafy.
George, don't go angry on me.
Okay, I get this is a joke, but your voice sounds like you're fucking drunk. Especially if you're on the level that Ernie needs to call you out. Like, not the worst, but still, get good.
What? Ernie wasn't calling out George for sounding drunk, he was calling George out for getting angry. And don't get at me for saying, oh, he wasn't clear enough with his wording, because you literally left a post-production note saying, wait, that was anger? No, you wanna know what I think happened with this interjection? I think that CJ's mind derped while watching this part of the video, and thus when he wrote the script, he didn't bother to rewatch the video a couple more times and criticize what he interpreted at the moment. Then, while editing, I think CJ realized this mistake, and instead of fixing it, he just left a PS. And guess what? That didn't do anything except show how lazy you are. GG.
Shut the fuck up!
4 commentaries on a troll! 4! A frickin' 4!
Get it, he done full commentaries. And also, stop repeating yourself.
You fucking what, mate?
Stop repeating yourself.
Also, I actually flew it down instead of just lowering the pitch for you. You can thank me later. Can we check the original video for a moment here?
Stop repeating yourself.
Stop repeating yourself.
Wow, they actually did flew down the footage. Granted, they didn't flew it down that much, but they still flew it down. You just flew it down more than it already was. Aren't you glad I pointed this out? You can thank me later.
Don't do it.
You know, considering the fact that you are infamous for that, and still continue to do it to this day...
Don't do that. I swear to God, Ernie, if you fuck...
You're one to talk.
He said it, guys! He fucking said it!
He said it, guys! He fucking said it! Not only did you copy that word for word, but the manner in which you acted was exactly identical as well. Are you shitting me right now? You ripped me off 2 times in the same commentary. Wow. Now before anyone gets on my case saying, wow, you're calling him a YouTube dude kiss up, Ryan would be disappointed. Let me tell you that this is an entirely different situation. At least in CJ's 11th commentary, he was just playing media clips of the jokes he was getting from Ryan. Here, he's not playing a media clip, he's not crediting me for this or the other joke he obviously stole from me. He ripped me off. Now, I'm not saying that you're a YouTube dude kiss up, but I will say this is shameless. And before anyone says, what if he didn't watch your video? Yes, he did. He commented on my video, specifically pointing out certain parts. He watched it.
Okay, I have to explain this because this has been a problem not just with Ernie, but with most commentators in the fucking community. I wanted to talk about the "you're not one to talk" statement for a long fucking time. The point should never be that someone's point is invalid just because it does something similar. It should be that if someone's going to criticize someone else, they need to use that exact same criticism for themselves. It's called practice what you preach. It's a similar statement, but it actually tries to help rather than fucking silence your opponent.
Isn't that what Ernie said? I mean, quoting him, he argued, you're one to talk, not you shouldn't be able to talk, or your point is valid because you're a hypocrite, just you're one to talk. Implying Halo Fan is no better than Leafy Green Productions. Nothing more, nothing less. This was pointless to bring up. Try again.
If you don't know who Gligar 13 is...
Dude, we actually, everyone knows who Gligar 13 Vids is.
With Metal Gear Solid.
Wait a minute. You just cut out one of Leafy's statements.
You know what? I'll admit that's a decent point. Wait a minute.
Gligar 13 Vids is.
Assertions everywhere.
It's
okay, George. What was the point of showing that fucking clip?
I don't know. Maybe to back up his claim and make his point valid. And before you say, didn't George have Leafy's video in the description? 1, it would be harder to specify what parts George was getting at unless he showed the clips he was talking about, and 2, Leafy's account has been deleted, which means his video is unavailable. I would excuse that if this commentary didn't come out 1 year too late, so that makes the clip especially important now.
Is this something that's gonna be brought up later? You know what? I have to find out. There isn't!
Oh joy, another one of Leafy's points that Halo Fan cut out.
He's just explaining the information to everyone.
Wait, I thought you said he was a troll. Now all of a sudden he's trying to be factual and explain information? Like, what is going on?
Should we just put a counter for every other time he does this?
Might as well.
And then the part that's shown here would be added to the counter that would be throughout the video. Whoops.
Is it a 2D platformer? I can recall lots of times where I've had to backtrack.
It's his opinion that the game actually sucks.
First of all, it wasn't the point that the game sucked. It was the point that the game was linear. Second of all, if things used to back up an opinion are wrong factually, this means you can still critique the opinion if the things used to back it up are wrong factually.
So there.
Self-action designed by developers who design...
Oh my god, why can't people in the community just skip it instead of speeding it up?
Seriously, are you talking about skip?
George? We're about to hit that minute mark. Just saying.
That your skip screens are long for skip screen standards. So therefore, you should
George?
Correction.
Are you there?
Complaining about a skip screen.
Is anyone there?
Sometimes the skip screen is only 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Really?
Okay, if he wasn't
Oh, there you are. Now you understand why people speed up the video, now do you?
And here's my second piece of proof that CJ did this out of spite for George. He could have easily said, "You guys there?" or "George, Ernie, you there?" But no, he said, "George, are you there?" Now, one may argue, but he also said, "Is anyone there?" Yeah, well, he didn't have Ernie in mind when he said that. How do I know? Because Ernie brought up this exact point towards CJ in the comments, and instead of saying, "I also said anyone else," he just said, "George is the editor, obviously." So that counter-argument is now thrown out the window. And to debunk that point, that still doesn't change the fact that there are two presenters here. They both worked on the script, they both thought this was fine to keep in, but you still only refer to George. Talk about being exposed. Now, for my main point. Remember how I said to keep in mind that CJ thought George didn't improve since his commentary? Well, let's take a look at George's most recent commentary and try to nullify CJ's point here.
I was ecstatic of the prospect of the Mii's being playable in Smash. Me, you, and everyone else battling Nintendo's finest. I absolutely love the execution of the Mii's, and frankly, I don't think they could have pulled it off any other way. However, all Mii classes are not created equal. Wow, you mean to tell me every Mii fighter is different from one another? Nah, that can't be it. Oh, and don't tell me he was trying to come about the custom moves since he starts talking about the separate Mii fighters right after this.
Wow, would you look at this? He cut out context that was unimportant to his arguments in his recent video, thus not dragging the video to an unnecessary degree like you complained about towards this year-old video from George. Meaning that, yes, George has improved enough since the video you're commentating on. Nice to know how much you pay attention to George's content, CJ.
And yes, he keeps doing this shit for the entire video. Basically dragging out the video to the point where Elon Musk would have an entire fucking country on Mars!
And instead of pointing out the other instances, you never touch upon this again. What a good solid GG to end this on. Actually, wait, one more.
Game gets intro, where you're in generic military base setting, number 69, 420, and got infiltrates the fucking base, and then you got on absorption.
Wow, thank you. You are so informative. Literally describing what I'm watching on screen as if I'm blind. No, thank you.
He's just explaining the information to everyone.
Oh joy, another one of Leafy's points that Halo fan cut out.
He's just
Should we just put a counter?
You do not have consent.
Wow, you cut out a part that would have made one of your earlier points completely invalid. You've reached Halo fan levels of bad, and Halo fan is a troll. Alright, now we can end this video. Final thoughts, quack to CC, CommentJack, you bop, kiss up! No, but for real, this entire video was pointless. This may be one of the most pointless videos I've ever seen, and this is definitely your worst video. Not because you made bad points, which you did in this video, but because you only made this due to personal beef with George that he wouldn't draw you because you have a terrible reputation with CC. Not to help him improve, not to argue points he made, but because of propaganda, and just propaganda against George. If this video wasn't made out of spite, you have actually had something to say and had legit arguments, but that didn't happen, did it? Don't think this video you made will solve jack shit, CJ, because if anything, it just made things worse. I'm done.
So today's commentary will be on CommentJack's commentary on Claymore, who did a review on Mr. Enter's drawn together movie review. I originally had no intentions to do a video on him, but this video in particular broke the camel's back. Now without further ado, let's begin.
Okay, I thought of making another commentary on Claymore, but I don't think people would appreciate that. Then again, there is absolutely nothing else I can commentate on.
You don't have to make a commentary for the sake of it. It's okay to take time off if you're dry on material.
Search endlessly, fight till we're free.
Hey guys, this is Diego Leiva and welcome to CommentJack. Today, in my 10th commentary, I'm gonna look at Claymore's video on Mr. Enter's 100th animated atrocities. And yes, I will allow you to call me a fanboy. But just watch the video before you do anything else.
Sorry to break the news, but you're gonna be called a fanboy for as long as you continue making videos.
Almost everything that I say about this movie does not apply to drawing together the show itself. Not even the lackluster third season. Judge the show on its own merits, not the merits of a shitty fucking movie that even the fans hate.
Credit to get a positive on what? Oh, because he doesn't like the TV show? Well, this is to both you and Watch Mojo. It's called an opinion.
He was getting at the fact that Mr. Enter is known for trying as hard as he can to make whatever he's reviewing look worse than it actually is. But given who you are, I'm not surprised you missed it.
The same way we all gonna die is wrong.
Why do I feel you just overlaid the text over Mr. Enter's still text card? Wait, what's that? I'm making a pointless statement? Well, so are you!
No, he isn't, but you are. Clay was pointing out that Enter lets his personal feelings get in the way of his reviews. I feel like you're just pointing out problems that aren't even there.
Oh my god, not Waldorf! Please, I do not want to see that fucking Yellow Devil as long as I live. A death by a firing squad would not unleash the sheer schadenfreude that this damn bastard deserves.
Holy shit! Not explaining much?
He said that Enter was overreacting to Waldorf. What more does he need to explain?
When we figure out that Waldorf can't swear, they get the brilliant idea to show his penis. I don't know whose penis it is, and I'd rather not know, but they drag the scene out, and it really feels like this movie is trying to teabag me. And do you want to know the really funny thing? Like, the only plausible funny scenario of this scene? The scene would actually have a chance of being funny if I actually censored out his penis. Do you know why? When it comes to humor like this, the reaction is always funnier than what's being reacted to, and the characters need to be more disgusted than the audience.
Dude, he's saying that when you write an adult cartoon, you cannot just show raunch for the sake of it. Do you really want to know how that thing looks like uncensored?
If that's how you really feel, then I highly suggest you never watch porn.
Well, prepare for your eyes to bleed. Seen enough? If that image doesn't make your foot go in the wrong direction, I don't fucking know what could.
I think you're exaggerating quite a bit. His penis really isn't disgusting in the slightest.
Search endlessly, fight till we're free.
So, Foxy just begins swearing. Oh, I get the satire they're trying to pull. The second we remove censorship rules, shows will immediately take advantage of those standards being removed and do nothing else with the material. If we give shows the ability to swear, they will just sit around swearing, doing absolutely nothing else. Honestly, shock shows are probably their own worst enemy when it comes to censorship. They claim to hate censorship while giving it the best arguments for censorship imaginable.
Because yeah, he wants everything to be censored. Everything! Sarcasm aside, he did not say everything controversial needs to be censored. He said that people shouldn't be controversial for the sake of it. Instead of, I don't know, doing something creative with the material.
Yes, you have the fucking ability to swear uncensored now. Do something with it. Dramatically, swearing is used to emphasize a point and draw excess attention to the speaker. Swears, when used properly, convey more meaning than, let's say, a lesser adjective or interjection.
So yeah, you should have never dared me to argue that.
How did that in any way strengthen your case? All you showed us was Mr. Enter placing boundaries and rules on comedy, which is one of the things he's infamous for. Swearing within itself is a way to entertain. The best part about it is that you can literally do it at any time and it would still be effective.
Yes, the intelligent, smart, robot, animation, eraser, lady.
And because you knew that he had to be involved in this, somehow the robot is voiced by Seth MacFarlane. I make a joke but there's nothing I can do to make him funny. Now you'll notice that the robot's name is Israel. Every single line of dialogue about it is just a blanket statement meant directly to offend someone.
Smart robot animation.
You know, when it comes to animated TV shows, not everything is given to the writer.
He didn't say a thing regarding writing the show. He was pointing out a problem with his audio cutting out. Pay attention or keep your mouth shut.
By the way, Rick and Morty is probably the perfect antithesis to this movie.
These days, if you want to be raunchy and funny on TV, you need to also be relentlessly preachy.
Oh, like Rick and Morty.
What is your problem with this? At this point he only did it twice. It's not like he did it 30 times.
Mr. Enter probably references the show in his other reviews, thus making a little sense in why Clay finds it annoying when he brings it up.
Also, they make Foxy take off her shirt just because. If I wanted to see Rule 34 of your characters, I'd just browse the Googles.
He said if he wanted to. Also, Ryan Mel's joke.
Ass-suming makes you look like an ass-sumer, which I'm assuming you don't want.
Are you just so inept to comedy that you have to rely on media clips of other people? How about you actually take the time to construct your own jokes?
When there's a bunch of shock humor, Spanky Pig thinks it's funny. Then the SMT girl tries to be like South Park and instead acts like Family Guy and gives some sort of shocking message. And Spanky Pig doesn't think it's funny anymore. Also, from now on, I'm going to call Spanky Pig Mouthpiece and SMT girl Strawman.
So, you think he's a social justice warrior? By the way, I hate that word. Because he said straw man?
No, you idiot. He said that Mr. Enter was like a social justice warrior because they both use words so much to a point where they lose their meaning. I swear your level of incompetence should be illegal.
Also, I think Clay should address this, but Mr. Enter accuses the film of making fun of South Park, yet he repeatedly makes fun of Family Guy. Yes, I am making an argument against Mr. Enter. Call me a fanboy now.
Your criticism against him is outweighed by your constant defenses of him, thereby still validating your status as a fanboy.
And I'm stopping the video right here because really there is nothing else to say.
And I shall do the same. I will only say that the video is rather poor and he's better off just quitting altogether.
I was originally going to upload my scheduled commentary this week, but then something caught me by surprise. What would that be? Well, CommentJack, of course. Yup, I'm tearing his responses to Caprio DeLorean 64 to tiny little bite-sized pieces. Now, I know pretty much everyone has covered this, but I figured I'd bring my 2 cents to the table. With all that out of the way, let's watch.
Yes, I'm here. Get over it.
No, I'm gonna be very worried, my friend.
Before we begin, let's see how I got here. A few weeks ago, I made a commentary on Mr. Enter got humorless, and now it's my most popular video. Yay! However, this is also my most hated video. From 12 people who watched it, only one liked it. However, after searching over and over again, I found the source of all the hate. A video that was released on September 18 of 2015. This is my first major multi-degree commentary. So let's go, shall we?
No, this is valuable time I could be spending playing Bloodborne.
Hey everyone, this is DiCaprio Dorn here. Remember when I did a Mr. Enter commentary? Good times. I bring this up because I'm doing a commentary on a fanboy of Mr. Enter.
9 seconds. It took you 9 seconds to get to bad taste.
And we'll never hear why it took 9 seconds to get to bad taste. Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean.
Where she tries to defend the almighty Mr. Enter from Claymore, the devil.
To stop any confusion, I am able to realize that the mysterious Mr. Enter has flaws.
Well, when you spend more time whitewashing his fuck-ups and less time actually letting him get shamed for it like any good fan would, then yeah, you could come off as a fanboy.
Anyways, on with the commentary, shall we?
Quit selling my lines, fucker.
She said, let's begin the commentary, shall we? That's one of the most basic startups any commentator could use. If that was supposed to be a joke, then you fail because you sound serious. Learn to execute humor better.
Okay, I don't usually like to make preemptive judgments against shows or movies.
Okay, first off, he never said he hated Family Guy. Second, that's a purpose of criticism. And third, I typed Mr. Enter in your account and found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos.
Okay, Mr. Tough Guy, most of his animated atrocities at the time of this video were mostly on Teen Titans Go or Family Guy. Claymore does our PP, like Oh Free Be Good and other animation fans that are jerk as Mr. Enter. Oh wait, you didn't even check out his channel because you did a video on your favorite YouTuber.
Whatever, he goes straight into both.
What? Retakes! Learn to retakes! If something doesn't come out right, do the line over!
Also, you stutter and have a somewhat crappy mic. Fix it!
Have you ever worked with a broken USB?
Why are you using a broken USB? I'd much prefer if you just recorded your computer screen with your phone or something. Better yet, if you have a smartphone, use the voice recorder on it and upload the recordings onto your computer through iTunes or something. Hell, I use the Tact app on my iPod for my commentaries. I bet you can do something similar, can't you?
Honestly, don't care about the show, but I do know how bad it's fan bashing.
Okay, I know this is a nitpick, but why are you using the same avatar in your response commentary? Is it really that hard to change your avatar in case the audience gets confused about which degree is playing? This is a novel concept. I suggest you learn it while you're learning joke execution and retakes.
I had to play CommentJack's comment like 3 times to hear what he was saying. I know he can't help it, but speak a little clearly when you have some... speak a little clearly.
Yeah, I have to fix that.
5 points for acknowledging your problem, but subtract 5 for not taking appropriate action to rectify it.
Also, what was with the random Bendalooney clip? He was talking about Powerpuff Girls fans, not Family Guy fans, or did you just add that to pad out the video? Because I really don't have a frickin' clue.
Well, I try to say that calling the fans man-child is just a bit cruel.
Okay, what about calling someone a man-child is cruel? Why is it cruel? What's that? You're just gonna make conjectured vague statements? No surprise, really. Also, calling someone a man-child isn't cruel. It's just insulting someone's immaturity level. The word cruel means that something is torturous to an unwarranted degree. You might as well say that poking a dude with a toothpick is cruel. Which, it isn't.
The Powerpuff Girls towards the end kind of hit the bounds of its ideas. Season 5 and 6 were particularly bad.
You know what? I never did it this soon, but fuck it.
He's an asshole.
Nope. You don't have the talent to bring in the acting talents of Michael J. Fox into this. You don't have enough talent to pull something like that. And I love how you're taking all this way too seriously and so personally. Like, I know Claymore could probably burn an Applejack body pillow, but if he insults the almighty Mr. Enter, he must be destroyed.
I am not a Mr. Enter fanboy.
Fanboy. Now, a person, usually a male, who has an extreme and irrational liking for someone or something, particularly a celebrity. Suck my nuts.
You do stupid rant videos. And once again, purpose.
Those so-called stupid rants are mostly just made to try and get your jimmies rustled, and it seems to be working.
Now listen, I don't care that he was trolling, but the fact that people actually buy this shit just ticks me off.
Well, guess what, fucktard? You're just as bad. Wanna know why? Because if he's trolling, which is very likely, then you've fallen into his trap, and you're the same kind of idiot as the people who also side with him. Next time, think about what you say before you feel the need to open your shit-filled mouth.
Alright, first of all, these two here are Stan and Sandra Practice, a shameless and obvious strawmanning of the standards and practices that dictate what you can or can't show on television. These characters are designed to be rich, snooty, detached from reality, and obnoxious.
One minute later...
I don't think you get what he was saying. He basically said Mr. Enter has a poor understanding of what satire is. Watch TVRB Robotnik Returns and Realm Wars' commentary on the satire video Mr. Enter did. It'll help you since you don't seem to be able to read properly.
I think you took my line out of context. He just muted the audio, making himself look smarter.
No, Clay muted the video to comment on Mr. Enter's editing. Other people watched the original video too, you know.
Let's start with the fact that this episode would work a lot better if we actually saw kids imitating the Powerpuff Girls and getting hurt because of it.
When do we hear that? Never. Instead, we mute it and bitch about the editing.
Well, it is a thing to bring up since Mr. Enter has crappy editing. Seriously, it's just like the same 5 clips from the episode he's reviewing. But since we're talking about the almighty Mr. Enter, no one has the right to criticize a god.
Okay, look. If you want to talk about the editing, fine. But don't go reality show editor on it.
1. You just bitched about Clay talking about Enter's editing. Way to backpedal. 2. What does reality show editing have to do with anything? He's just pointing out that Enter has a bad habit of looping footage over and over. Wanna know what I'm talking about? Watch his Screams of Silence review. We literally see the same exact clips of Jeff shoving Brenda into Quagmire's kitchen to beat the shit out of her for the entirety of the review, and it's really fucking annoying. You just want it to end, but it never does!
This is a fucking cop-out.
Seeing an angry Applejack vendor is also a cop-out. Like, do you have any other pictures? Or you just want people to believe that you're so angry at Claymore because he insulted my fanboy talent?
Do I need to comment? I'm just gonna put a record right here. I am not a Mr. Enter fanboy.
I suppose I should mention that fanboys incessantly deny being a fanboy, but you know what? I believe you. You aren't a fanboy. You're a fantard!
Oh my god, next thing you know they'll be playing hopscotch. We have to do something!
Yes, it was. And it was hilarious. It also proves that you're an asshole.
That is the only point you have against Claymore and his travesty. You're just saying he's a jerk without any real proof. Also, that joke was lame and your fanboy boner is showing. Put that thing away, there's kids here on this place, god.
Oh my god. Do you realize that counts as sexual harassment?
Sexual harassment is the act of being grabbed or spoken to in a flirtatious way against one's consent. Sexual harassment occurs in places like work, school, or local hangouts like a nightclub or bar. Saying your fanboy boner is showing is not sexual harassment. She didn't tell you to let fly your tits, nor did she grab your dick or anything. She was making a joke. End of story.
Do you realize I'm a sexual? But most importantly, do you realize I'm 14 years old?
How in the magical world of fuck is that her fault? She doesn't know you personally, nor have you brought up anything regarding your age or sexuality prior to her joke. Even so, this adds nothing to the video and could have been scrapped altogether.
Pretending to be superheroes is that they're trying to be like your, powder puff girls.
Well, that makes perfect sense, since my girls are superheroes.
I'm sorry?
You know, you could try this thing. It's called effort. It makes the story work a lot better if you put in some effort.
Thanks, now this is the worst nitpick in history. But hey, what do you expect? Since with the cool shit comes the bullshit. And trust me, bullshit is still relevant in 2015.
Hey, I thought I told you to put that boner away. And that is the worst example I've ever seen. I think you just hate these shows because your whipped cream dispenser told you to hate them.
He never talked about packages of Planet X in his entire life.
You're right, he hasn't. But he did, and still does, PMS over Teen Titans Go, Mr. Pickles, and Brickleberry. So 3 out of 4 were in the black.
You know what the funny thing is? I agree with this episode that the practices and standards can get out of hand. Or at least they used to. Things are a bit different now. But this episode is making a terrible argument, or at least it's presenting the argument very, very badly.
I know that not everyone who thinks there should be some kind of standards in regards to violence or whatever in their shows is a dashed idiot. What I'm saying is there's an argument to be made here. Hell, there's even a satire to be made here. But no, it doesn't want to make this argument.
Oh, come on, not even a sound effect or some sort. You have all this editing software, do all this fancy smancy stuff to Claymore's video, but can't even have a sound clip?
People, just because you suck production-wise, doesn't mean your review is worthless.
Actually, production values mean a lot to the overall product. If your editing is half-assed as all fuck, then you ain't going anywhere with it. Metal Gear games take 5 years to make for a reason. If you want to make something appealing, put in the right effort.
By all the parents of Townsville.
Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. The citizens of Townsville cannot tie their shoe without the Powerpuff Girls.
Straw manning. And this was on the top of my head.
How was that straw man? Are you just gonna throw the word around like Mr. Enter and the Orion broadcast does and did? So far, your rating on the credibility scale is at Capcom, and that's no good.
You wanna know how is this straw manning? What kind of stupid city signs a fucking petition to stop its saviors?
Ferguson, Missouri. That is all.
Anything that could be considered comedy is anti-humor.
I don't find your show funny, so I'll call it anti-humor. Ha ha, I'm a special snowflake.
Did you even read the script for that crap? Mr. Enter is more interested in how the world became from that show. And all the jokes are stale and tried too hard. Like you.
Yes, I read the script, and yes, some jokes are stale. But it still counts as an insult. I see that Growing Around will get at least 3 seasons.
You actually fucking think Growing Around is gonna even get picked up? And for 3 god fucking seasons? You are too much for me, man. You really are. But seriously, Growing Around is gonna fail miserably. Now, I'm not saying you're not allowed to like it, because you definitely do. But the main problem is that Enter doesn't show the right dedication to the show. He denies any outside criticism, and really bitches about how long the show is taking to get going instead of doing anything about it.
What have we learned today?
Nope. That you're a bullshit narcissist that makes Ventily look decent. The later videos. Not the earlier ones.
Did you even watch any other Mr. Enter videos Claymore did?
Yes, I watched his other videos, and yes, they're as awful as this.
Also, since when did Claymore said he was being better than Mr. Enter? That would make him a narcissist.
Straight at the warning at the beginning of the video.
Saying that you're gonna be negatively critiquing someone doesn't make you a narcissist, you dumb fuck. You do not know what that word means. Narcissist means to be arrogant and think you're better than everyone else. Now, if Clay said that Mr. Enter sucks because he's not Claymore, then yeah, that's narcissism. But I can only assume you think he's narcissistic because he said bad things about your Jarl of mediocre reviews, Mr. Enter.
All in all, this was the worst commentary video against Claymore I've ever seen. All you did was show no proof, call Mr. Claymore asshole, and show your fanboyish love for Mr. Enter.
Well, by that logic, you will most likely be a Claymore fangirl. Since you took my lines out of context and called them lies.
So she's a fangirl of Claymore because she calls your video shit?
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
Dude, just because you criticize a bad video on someone else, that doesn't make it a defense of what's being commentated on. When Kristal made that comment on Mr. Enter, she wasn't defending Screams of Silence. In fact, she herself said she hated the episode, but Mr. Enter's arguments for it were worse. Like what you did here!
But aside, let's recap. If you go to the comments and write anything that implies something about my sexuality or my religion, not only I'm going to remove your comment and block you, but I'm gonna track your ID and you will go to jail. This also applies to those who want to assimilate DiCaprio here and call me a fanboy of Mr. Enter. I mean, can we all agree that Mr. Enter isn't perfect? Because that's the only way haters like this guy, and yes, he's a hater, will stop bitching about us. Because I'm pretty sure there's a difference between defending someone and being a fanboy. Bottom line, if you comment on this video, at least be fucking decent.
Yeah, I bet no one adhered to that. By the way, you never said anything about your religion, so that was pointless. And I'm ending it here since he graded us out. Kinda. Final thoughts? I wouldn't go as far as to call it the worst video I've ever seen, but yeah, it's up there. Like, it's very close to it. CommentJack, word of advice. Take the dick out of your ass and stop being so touchy when it comes to people who commentate on people you like, or just you alone. And work on your production values. Do retakes, exhibit humor better, and might I suggest an avatar change, at least for response videos.
Before we begin, let's see how it got here. A few weeks ago, I made a commentary on Mr. Enter got humorless, and now it's my most popular video. Yay! However, this is also my most hated video. From 12 people who watched it, only one liked it. However, after searching over and over again, I found the source of all the hate. A video that was released on September 18 of 2015.
It's not like people have their own opinions. No, it's because of one video, in the wise words of CommentJack.
This is my first major multi-degree commentary. So let's go, shall we?
Hey everyone, this is DiCaprio Dorn here. Remember when I did a Mr. Enter commentary? Good times. I bring this up because I'm doing a commentary on a fanboy of Mr. Enter.
9 seconds. It took you 9 seconds to get to bad taste.
It's not like 9 seconds isn't a very long time. And also, what do you mean by bad taste? Is it because, oh my god, she called me a fanboy, Mr. Enter?
Where she tries to defend the almighty Mr. Enter from Claymore, the devil.
To stop any confusion, I am able to realize that the mysterious Mr. Enter has flaws.
Really? You can realize that he has flaws? You know, I wonder if this is just a lame way of you saying that you're not a fanboy.
Okay, I don't usually like to make preemptive judgments against shows or movies.
Okay, first off, he never said he hated Family Guy. Second, that's a purpose of criticism. And third, I typed Mr. Enter in your account and found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos.
Okay, Mr. Tough Guy, most of his anime atrocities at the time of this video were mostly on Teen Titans Go or Family Guy. Claymore does our PP, you know, like Oh Free Be Good and other animation fans are jerk as Mr. Enter. Oh wait, you didn't even check out his channel because you did a video on your favorite YouTuber.
Whatever, he goes straight into both.
What?
Whatever, he goes straight into both.
Really, Jack, I didn't understand a single word he said there. And I apologize if it's because of his Latino accent, but really, at least speak clearly next time, Jack. I have a feeling this guy might be DC high over again.
Also, you stutter and have a somewhat crappy mic. Fix it!
Have you ever worked with a broken USB?
If you have a crappy mic, replace it. Do not just keep on using the crappy mic. You can buy a decent microphone for fairly cheap now.
Honestly, I don't care about the show, but I do know how bad it's fan bashing.
Wow, that has got to be one of the worst placements of skip cards I've ever seen, next to Sackboy's commentary on Magical Pocky Usagi. This also may hint that this commentary was very sloppily edited.
I had to play CommentJack's comment like 3 times to hear what he was saying. I know you can't help it, but speak a little clearly when you have some... speak a little clearly.
Yeah, I have to fix that.
Because agreeing with the person you're commentating on is not counterproductive in any way. But seriously, if you agree with one of their points 100%, why not just skip it?
People still complain about cartoons today, and they're all like, I want the old shows back, I won't like change. And they do bring back, they're like, this isn't how I remember when you succeed, and y'all should die and work on that show.
Are we talking about Mr. Enter or Doggy D Dashan?
Seems to me that today's youth loves watching sardonic, depressed scientists, goofy sorcerers, a gender-confused arch-nemesis with a butterfly theme who can't even beat other villains, 2 of his nerd henchmen, and talking! Lots and lots of talking!
Okay, we got your point. There was really no point in you playing that media clip. You know, I'm starting to wonder if you actually like to pad out your commentaries.
Powerpuff Girls towards the end kind of hit the bounds of its ideas. Season 5 and 6 were particularly bad.
You know what? I never did it this soon, but fuck it.
He's an asshole. Nope. You don't have the talent to bring in the acting talents of Michael J. Fox into this. You don't have enough talent to pull something like that. And I love how you're taking all this way too seriously and so personally. Like, I know Claymore could probably burn an Applejack body pillow, but if he insults the almighty Mr. Enter, he must be destroyed.
I am not a Mr. Enter fanboy.
The technical definition of fanboy that we're looking at is someone who defends what they like despite a logical fallacy. And what does CommentJack do in his commentary on Claymore? Well, exactly that.
A shameless and obvious strawmanning of the standards and practices that dictate what you can or can't show on television. These characters are designed to be rich, snooty, detached from reality, and obnoxious.
One minute later...
I don't think you get what he was saying. He basically said Mr. Enter has a poor understanding of what satire is. Watch TVRB Robotnik Returns and Realm Wars' commentary on the satire video Mr. Enter did. It'll help you since you don't seem to be able to read properly.
I think you took my line out of context. He just muted the audio, making himself look smarter.
Any proof for that statement you have there, Jack? No. Maybe if you had proof, we would actually believe you. Even a video clip would work. And yes, that would be the only time a video clip would actually help you out, Jack.
Let's start with the fact that this episode would work a lot better if we actually saw kids imitating the Powerpuff Girls and getting hurt because of it.
When do we hear that? Never. Instead, we mute it and bitch about the editing.
Well, it is a thing to bring up since Mr. Enter has crappy editing. Seriously, it's just like the same 5 clips from the episode he's reviewing. But since we're talking about the almighty Mr. Enter, no one has the right to criticize a god.
Okay, look. If you want to talk about the editing, fine. But don't go reality show editor on it.
I highly doubt that Claymore was inspecting Mr. Enter to be a reality show style editor, because standards for editing for TV shows is a lot different than standards for YouTubers when it comes to editing. So, if Claymore was really inspecting Mr. Enter to be a reality show style editor, there would probably be something wrong with him.
This is a fucking cop-out.
Now, seeing an angry Applejack vendor is also a cop-out. Like, do you have any other pictures? Or you just want people to believe that you're so angry at Claymore because he insulted my fanboy talent?
Do I need to comment? I'm just gonna put a record right here. I am not a Mr. Enter fanboy.
Okay, I think most of us remember when you said that. Also, putting a record there does not make it any less redundant. It's still redundant as fuck.
Oh my god, next thing you know they'll be playing hopscotch. We have to do something!
Yes, it was. And it was hilarious. It also proves that you're an asshole.
That's the only point you have against Claymore and travesty. You're just saying he's a jerk without any real proof. Also, that joke was lame, your fanboy boner showing. Put that thing away, there's kids here on this place, god.
Oh my god. Do you realize that counts as sexual harassment? Do you realize I'm a sexual? But most importantly, do you realize I'm 14 years old?
What? How can this be real? This can't be real. How could someone screw up this badly? Am I even living in real life anymore? Am I living in purgatory? What is going on? And you know what? I'm just going to end the commentary there because I can't take it anymore. So final thoughts. I can't even put into words about how bad this video was. This may even be one of the worst videos I've commentated on so far. This may even be competition for the Troll Suck commentary I commentated on in terms of bad videos. Yeah, it's actually that bad. Between all the flimsy arguments and him trying to defend himself from being called a fanboy, and the couple times like that where he took her jokes way too seriously.
I want to do something different. Instead of doing a commentary, I'm gonna do a review.
Okay, if you want to do reviews alongside with your commentaries, then that's fine. But at least make reviews a part of the series different from your commentaries. Maybe something like, say, CommentJack Reviews, for example. Or if you can think of something wittier, then be my guest.
Along with that, you should do something different with your thumbnails, because they have the same look as the ones for your commentaries. Maybe change the color, or just use a new template altogether. Alongside the title, it can make it easier to identify what videos your viewers are about to watch, whether it be commentaries, reviews, or some other medium you wish to do.
This episode starts with Benson preparing a barbecue.
Well, I have a little surprise. I was getting excited for the annual barbecue, so in addition to putting on this shirt, I splurged on some super extra premium grade A hot dogs.
What?
Super extra premium grade A hot dogs.
Who came up with that name?
Okay, what exactly is wrong with it? I mean, along with your poor acting and your somewhat monotone voice, you should have elaborated on exactly why the name is stupid to begin with, just to guarantee you can get that point home.
Where are they? Let's throw those babies on the grill.
I gave them to Rigby.
Huh?
Wait, Mordecai and Rigby didn't have his trust until season 4.
I don't see the point of that statement. This will happen again later on within the video, mainly this text here at around 4:39 of the video. You shouldn't give examples after that episode aired. If you're going to do that in order to prove something wrong, like with the continuity with this statement, then you are doing it wrong. Because, like with this statement that you've made, for example, it didn't happen until the future when there was an episode where Benson did give his trust to both Mordecai and Rigby.
Grilling already? No, I just told him to bring them outside. I definitely told him not to grill the hot dogs.
He's staring at me. But in all seriousness, let's go to the major problem with this episode.
And let's go over one major problem with this review so far, and how it'll be an occurring problem later on. Your audio balancing. It's crap. Lower the volume of the video next time.
Mordecai. For the whole episode, he's a dick to Rigby for things that, by the way, he's also guilty of.
Yeah, prepare for that statement to blow up on his face in a few seconds. Well, literally, that is.
Don't believe me? Well, after Rigby burns the hot dogs, he throws the grill into the river.
I told you it blew up on his face!
Well, yeah, he threw the grill in the river because the hot dogs were on fire. If he didn't stop the fire as soon as possible, it could have very well spread off the grill onto, say, the grass, for example. If anything, Rigby is completely at fault for this, and Mordecai is forced to stop it before anything could happen.
I guess that's why Benson told me not to grill.
What?
I said I was sorry. Come on, man.
No more come on, mans. Benson's gonna totally blame me, and it's all your fault!
Blow it out of your ass. You threw the grill. Not only that, but this happens like 15 times in this episode. And he also acts childish. I know it's supposed to be justified because, hey, Rigby's stupid. But since he denied to have any sort of guilt, I just want him to shut the fuck up.
But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, you've said that it was justified, meaning that Mordecai was innocent to begin with as to why Mordecai would get angry at Rigby. Also, again, Rigby is completely at fault about this, because not only is Mordecai trying to stop the fire from happening, but if anything, you could possibly have two complaints about why Mordecai would be at fault, and he would still be innocent because of some possible exceptions. If your complaint is how the grill is damaged by the water or the fall because of it, since it seems like a charcoal grill, it's only been in the water for a while, and it seems like the grill doesn't have any physical damage from the fall, it should be just fine. Once it dries up, it should start grilling again. If your complaint is how you could have done another safety precaution, then we'll get into that later.
I'll get the hot dogs, you hold the door.
Fine.
Meat.
Hurry up, dude, it's freezing.
I can't find them!
I knew you couldn't fix it.
Remember that line for me?
I think they're up on top, but I can't reach.
I'll grab them. Come hold the door. I don't see them.
Did you check over there?
Yeah, I already... Dude, what are you doing? The door!
If anyone else feels Mordecai is doing this on purpose,
Not really. I mean, he told Rigby to hold the door so he doesn't get locked in the freezer. Rigby does the exact opposite of that. Granted, he does prop some bags against the door, but we'll see how effective that is very soon.
This is a volcano! Fine, I'll fix it.
You mean like when you fix the grill?
You threw it on the river, Mordecai, instead of, I don't know, using fire extinguishers.
Hey Dynamo, what time is it?
4:20?
Nope. It's later! So now we get into the other complaint on why you think Mordecai was at fault here. Well, here's two theoretical questions. 1. What if they don't know where the fire extinguisher is? They only could have been within the park for only that long that it's to the point where they don't know where everything is exactly. Now you can argue that they could tell Benson or someone else within the park about this, but they could get into trouble or face some consequences later on, like losing their jobs for example. You can also argue that even if they do know as to where it is, maybe due to some lecture that they have to sit through, this brings us to
2. What if there isn't a fire extinguisher near where they're at, especially since we couldn't see one when looking at the episode? Like what I said, the fire could have spread from the grill into the grass, and it could have been too late to find an extinguisher and take it out since that does take time. So I can understand as to why Mordecai had to throw it into the river, because of his initial reaction. And even if they were to find a fire extinguisher with the fire somehow not spreading, the hot dog still would have been ruined from the fire, and possibly covered in CO2 from the extinguisher.
But I can— No, don't even say it! Just shut up so I can find a way out of here before we freeze to death.
And again, they put them in dry.
Mordecai! I found the thermostat! I can totally fix it!
Oh no. What are you doing with that drumstick?
Karma police.
Yeah, we had to let that karma police go because he was not doing his job properly and that he was harassing one Blue Jay.
All you do is mess things up and ruin people's lives.
Isn't that a bit too harsh?
Stop pretending like you do anything but get me in trouble. You can't fix anything. And now, I'm gonna die because of you.
No! Dude, don't be mad at me! Mordecai, don't die mad at me!
Too late.
This needs 3 things. Editing, music, and some likability from Mordecai.
Okay, what's wrong with the editing? Honestly, it looks fine to me, so maybe you could touch on this a bit more? Second, I'm pretty sure the creators were trying to make it a slightly realistic scenario, with Rigby scared that his friend would die mad at him, and Mordecai appearing to freeze to death. Music would just make it come off as melodramatic.
If you didn't fill the reason you suck speech with a shit ton of blanket statements, I could have felt sorry for him. But hey, Rigby screwed up like more than once. And according to Mr. Enter, if you fuck up more than once, it's not an accident.
Except for the fact that Mr. Enter was actually wrong with this case. You can repeat the same accident and it wouldn't be your fault. I mean, let's say that I accidentally broke 2 glass cups. I unintentionally trip on something causing me to fall down and that glass to fall and break. Now, would I be at fault here? No, because I didn't mean to be tripped by something at both times.
Also, by that wording there, you've said that Rigby was actually at fault in this episode and not Mordecai. And going by Mr. Enter's logic, because according to you, he's the almighty god of animation reviews, he would be at fault because he screwed up more than once and therefore they were not accidents. Because of that logic, that would mean that Rigby purposefully locked himself and Mordecai in the freezer. When that's not the case.
Oh hey, you're awake! Mordecai! Mordecai! I told you I can fix it! While you were dead, I found these talking hot dogs, and they're gonna help us!
What?
It's true. We can guide you out of the meat locker, but only if you will agree to take us to a barbecue where we can be eaten.
Huge party content flashback.
What? What was that? Can you speak up more clearly? Dynamo, do you know as to what he said?
Why are you farther away from me? Of course you couldn't hear him from where you're at!
But can you hear him where you're at?
You have a point!
Dude, they're not here yet! We still have time!
This show is weird.
Regular show. It's anything but. Meaning that it is a show that deals with surrealism. The normal viewer would have gotten that at the start with a talking gumball machine among the other weird designs in the show. Your statement of the show being weird wasn't needed to begin with, and if you were trying to be funny, then it fell flat on its face.
This is a volcano!
What the heck was that? What did you do?
Yeah, Rigby, what did you do?
What? Excuse me a minute.
Hey, what's with the small box that you had? In fact, what's with the black box around the episode too? It may seem like as if there's something wrong with your editor or something like that.
It was the hot dogs, not Rigby.
Yes, the hot dogs did attack the gang, but who was the one that let the hot dogs out and fell for their tricks? Rigby. I mean, you could say that he and Mordecai would have died if he didn't find them, but it probably wouldn't have happened at all if Rigby had held the freezer door open, which was after if Rigby didn't cook the hot dogs to begin with and burn them up. So yeah, I agree with Mordecai on this one.
You know what? This better talk to itself.
Don't look at me. Benson's the one who went and bought the crazy super premium psycho hot dogs.
I'm sorry, guys. Minor setback.
I hope the overnight shipping was worth it.
Dude, that was awesome.
I told you I'd fix it.
I knew that you would.
The end.
That didn't help at all.
Well, that clip felt forced in. Was that supposed to be funny, or supposed to mean something? The clip itself just doesn't fit the mood. That is, unless if you're that horrified with the hot dogs cannibalizing each other.
Wait, I thought that the clip was referring to Rigby lying to Benson.
Actually, I thought that you meant for the entire episode. Wait, what are you even referring to? The clip made it so vague that I don't really understand as to what you meant anymore. And we're just gonna end the video here since all that's left is this credits page. Well, Dynamo, since you're my guest here, you go first.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jack, but this was just bad. Your take on the characters was poor, a lot of your points make no sense, and how you let the reason Mordecai was angry fly over your head was just baffling. My advice? When doing reviews, think over what you want to say about the episode and see if it will make sense in context. Study the characters to be completely positive if what they're doing is cruel, unfair, or just wrong, and if you know someone who can read your script before you record, have them look over it if you think the same mistakes will happen again.
Now, here's a story that I'm going to be telling you all. I may or may not do a commentary on this one chick named Jerry Meatcheese on her rant on Birthday Gift, mainly because she complains about why it's not fair to have Mordecai be the star of the episode. If anybody wants to view the video too, it'll be linked down below or an annotation will pop up within the video. However, as a spoiler warning, at least she did a better job of reviewing the episode than you did, mainly because of the fact that you interpreted the episode so poorly. Not only that, but at times your acting within the review was pretty terrible too. At least try to actually emote on your acting than just quote unquote reading this from a script.
So today I'm doing a commentary on a commentary to a review. This is the first time I've done this, and I don't know, something tells me it won't be my last. So I'm doing a commentary on a guy named CommentJack, who up to this point I have never seen one of his videos, but he was recommended channel to me on YouTube, and I wanted to check it out. And hey, he posted a video recently, but before I decided to watch the guy, I did some research, and he appears to be a low-hanging fruit. A total dead horse, if you will, of which to beat. He seems to be very unpopular. But has this ever stopped me from hopping on a bandwagon before? Well, not really, no, so let's hop into the commentary, shall we?
And it looks like there's no sign of any more of this in the future.
Oh, hey, I've seen that guy before, yeah, what's his name? Ben Looney, right? Yeah, he's suggested in the related channels on my review channel, so I thought I'd check him out. Guy's not half bad. He's far from a reviewer I would hold in high regard, but he's certainly a reviewer I would recommend people checking out. So, what's your issue with Ben, Jack?
Hey guys, this is Diego Leiva and welcome to CommentJack. God, I just said CommentJack and I already hate myself.
Why? You're the one who named yourself CommentJack, it's kind of your own damn fault. I don't hate myself for naming my channel Doodletones, albeit it's a very misleading username nowadays because I don't do music on this channel anymore because, honestly, I suck musically. But, in the end, Doodletones is a name I picked out and I enjoyed it, but I guess this is a mistake of naming yourself after a series you once loved. You may not love it the next minute. However, if that's the case, then why don't you get yourself a new avatar? Applejack clearly isn't for you if you no longer enjoy My Little Pony.
Whatever. Since I'm such a
lazy piece of con.
When it comes to detail, here's some backstory.
Between 1929 and 1969, there was this very popular animated series called the Looney Tunes. In mid-2015, Cartoon Network made a reboot of this animated series, calling it Wabbit, a Looney Tunes production. In November, Ben the Looney came back from the dead after a 1-year, 5-month hiatus. Then he made a video where he basically bashes the show for extremely idiotic reasons.
And then Snap Attack Crew gave me the power of commentaries he never did, so I can commentate on it.
Dude, 1, he's a reviewer. These things are entirely opinion-based. I should know, being a reviewer myself, you can find things to nitpick about. Hell, Mr. Enter does it all the time, and by the sounds of things, you are a huge Mr. Enter fanboy. Okay, I won't judge here. If you like him, you like him. I myself stuck my neck out for him not that long ago against a Caprio DeLorean, so I have no place to judge. But Ben has a very similar style to Enter's, albeit pretty exaggerated and over the top. But that's why he sticks out against other reviewers. He's an angry video game nerd of cartoons, and that's why I found some appeal to him. Second, powers of commentaries? Dude, it's a commentary. Just get your off of your ass and do it. The guy you're referring to only has 42 more subscribers than you do. As of scripting.
Oh, and if you say he's a dead horse, I will kick your ass all the way back to 2003.
Calm down there.
The only dead horse here is you, CommentJack.
Anyways, let's start.
Welcome back to Ben Rants, and I'm not allowed in the state of Missouri.
Wow. Fucking wow. I will not talk about how awful is his avatar, since that is not only obvious but irrelevant as well.
At least he draws his own avatars. And before anyone calls me out on hypocrisy, let me be clear, I drew my own avatar on the review channel. I have earned the right to use avatars like Tomoko, Plug, Yui, and Cream. Anyway, I suppose Jack is right on this point, and that the point is irrelevant. I mean, it's not like this guy reviews cartoons as an animation or anything.
So let's talk about the other interesting thing I should bring up. His mic quality. I know that my earlier videos had terrible mic quality.
This is gonna hurt a lot when we end the review.
But that was in my early commentaries back when my channel was only a month old.
How long did you say this guy was gone for again?
Ben the Looney came back from the dead after a 1-year, 5-month hiatus.
A year and 5 months, I see. Now, perhaps this is just someone with experience talking, but I have found microphones that can break. And maybe you do not have the ability to get a good mic. Be it that there's no time. I mean, surely if he was gone for almost a year and a half, he must be busy with life. Lack of funds, sure, a decent mic nowadays can cost like $15, but sometimes you have to save that money for other things, especially if you live on your own. I'm not saying that Ben does, but I won't rule out any factor. Give him a while after he comes back, then you have the right to comment on his audio. Please remember this point, as I do have a reason to bring it up.
Bang has been doing this shit since 2009, around 7 years ago. Not to mention that he has backup from Frederator,
who, may I add, doesn't do shit for their YouTube partners. I'll be skipping a bit because it takes forever to get into the video.
Oh, just wonderful. I take a year-long break, I come back to entertain my fans, and Cartoon Network bends me over and trucks me! A new Looney Tunes show? Yeah, because the last one worked so well!
Okay, this is to future reviewers, commentators, voice actors, etc. Aside of an extremely monotone voice, the last thing you want when it comes to sarcasm is drawing out the inflections. Especially when your mic quality is this fucking abysmal. The best way to inflect sarcasm is to be quick. Like this. Because yeah, he wants everything to be censored. Everything! But drawing out your sarcasm like what Ben did here will give your audience audio whiplash.
Yeah, because it's not like you want to make it obvious or anything. It's not like you're trying to be over-the-top character or anything. Yeah, guys, Listen to CommentJack, because he knows exactly what he's talking about. Also, you have no room to talk about a monotone voice, sir. The only voice I can think that is more monotones is Beck.
Great! What is this show going to be about? Are Bugs and Daffy going to be stoners working at a gas station?
Hey, aren't we supposed to compare this to the Looney Tunes show?
Obvious joke goes over your head.
Just curious. I do not remember any of this shit on the Looney Tunes show.
I think he's making what is called a joke, referring to the fact that the Looney Tunes show was a sitcom-style show instead of the full-throttle comedy sketches the original Looney Tunes was. And while I would agree that it's a stupid thing to get upset over, after all, series come and go and reboots happen all the time. Look at the abysmal Teen Titans Go, a show that turned an action drama into a slapstick comedy. It was as alienating to the fans of the original show that the Looney Tunes show in 2011 was to the fans of the Merry Melodies Looney Tunes. I can see his complaints and understand why he has them. I may not agree 100%, but at least I can understand.
Alright, Warner Brothers. Come in, truck me again. Bring it on. Wow. I can't believe it.
Neither do I. This will be a long fucking review.
This will be a long commentary, so for the sake of I just want to get this over with as soon as possible, I'll be skipping ahead to when things get fun.
While so far I've said good things about this show, there is still one teensy-weensy, itty-bitty thing they got wrong. Everything else!
Yeah, tell me all the reasons why you hate this show. Is it the gross out aspect? Is it because of them sticking to the formula? Is it because Bugs is not really that pleasant of a character in this incarnation? Each and single one of them is a very reasonable point. Tell me, is it any of those?
While those are also legitimate complaints, you're missing quite a bit of other complaints one could have towards the show. And I only watched Wabbit myself for the purpose of this commentary. That'll be going to the to-review list after this commentary, but I feel like the points Ben makes in his review are also very reasonable. But we'll jump those hurdles when we get there.
That's right, everything that's wrong with this cartoon can be summed up with the title. Wabbit! A Looney Tunes production.
Go on.
This is clearly going to be heavily Bugs Bunny featured. And surprise, surprise, it is! Dag truck it! What is it with these executives thinking that Bugs Bunny is the only Looney Tunes character? The name of the trucking cartoons is Looney Tunes! There's more than one character! The only other Looney Tunes character I've seen in this show is Yosemite Sam, whose new design is ugly as hell.
I find this hypocrisy! I find this hypocrisy! I find it!
Why? Because his avatar is ugly? Dude, Wabbit is made by Warner Brothers, a high production of animation. Ben probably isn't even an art student for college yet. It's not hypocrisy when you look at the budgets both people have. It's easy to call you an idiot for thinking so. However, this time I will hold back on calling you an idiot because honestly, I don't believe you are. I like to think better of new people. However, I will say this may just be an ill-informed point.
And Wile E. Coyote, who's now Bugs Bunny's neighbor, even though he's a rabbit who pops up in several locations. So how the hell does that work? Not only that, but the episode I saw with Wile E. Coyote in it just had him trying to get one leaf off of his lawn, and Bugs was just there, I guess.
Oh, just dandy! We got a Looney Tunes show with only 3 Looney Tunes characters in it! Just wonderful! Granted, the show is still new and more characters are confirmed to appear later, but this is bullspit! I'm a diehard Looney Tunes fan, and Bugs Bunny isn't even my favorite character!
So basically, this show needs to present at least 10 or 15 original Looney Tunes characters on the first season, or else it's not a good show! But in all seriousness, either wait until season 3 is out, learn to deal with it, or just go truck yourself with a chainsaw.
That's not what he's saying. Okay, look. Let's look at the first episode of Looney Tunes Show, which showcases 5 actual Looney Tunes in comparison to Wabbit's episode 1, which only showcases 2. Basically, what Ben is saying is it doesn't feel like the Looney Tunes show. More so, it feels like the Bugs Bunny show, which is implied in its title, Wabbit. And he's angry about that. I know you technically have to do approximately 44 minutes of research to find out why this is a problem, and you probably don't give a fuck about doing that. But this is in fact a legitimate issue for a reboot. That's like having, say, I don't know, Teen Titans without any of the villains until Season 2. Or having, I don't know, Shaolin Showdown without any of the Shingon Wu until the later season. Or maybe perhaps a Pokemon series that doesn't focus at all on the Pokemon, but instead of maybe Ash Ketchum. Anyway, he lets Ben's video play a bit. I guess he had nothing to say during this part, so I'll be skipping ahead a bit.
And yeah, no signs of my favorite character, Daffy!
Yeah, wait, what?
Well, of course. They had to not include Daffy to make room for the characters
PMS
that are more
detected.
popular than him. Squeaks the Squirrel and Bigfoot. What? Warner Brothers, I hope you're wearing protection, because I like to make sure that my partner is safe before I get trucked!
Hey, this isn't some game with limited time and budget. This is a high-budget TV animated show. There's plenty of time for whatever character they want to bring up.
Sure, but the fact that they chose to only showcase 3 up to the point Ben watched. I only watched the first episode myself, but the fact that they only brought up 3 Looney Tunes to the point Ben watched is a bad sign. And even if he only watched up to episode 2, the Looney Tunes show up to episode 2 showcased 10 fucking Looney Tunes, most of which were icons. Would you like to see a My Little Pony reboot that doesn't showcase one of the main 6 and a bunch of side characters? No! Of course not! Why would you watch shit like that? You watch My Little Pony for the ponies, just like you would watch Looney Tunes for the Looney Tunes.
And you just said that the show is new and there's a lot of characters for the upcoming seasons. By your logic, those characters will never, ever appear on the show since
there is absolutely no space on the cartoon.
See my previous 2 points because I'm skipping to your next one.
Truck that! I didn't even watch Looney Tunes since I was born to think that Bugs Bunny is the only Looney Tunes character. You're not going to fool me, Warner Brothers.
Jeez, man, you're acting like this show cannot spend 3 seconds without focusing on Bugs Bunny. Also, I don't give a shit that he's not your favorite character, because you are not the only person on the Looney Tunes demographic.
Okay. Dude, 1, he's a reviewer. These things are entirely opinion-based. I should know being a reviewer myself. You can find things to nitpick about. Hell, Mr. Enter does it all the time, and by the sounds of things, you're a huge Mr. Enter fanboy. Hell, I won't judge here. If you like him, you like him. I myself stuck my neck out for him not that long ago against DiCaprio DeLorean, so I have no place to judge. But Ben is a very similar style to Enter's, albeit pretty exaggerated over the top, but that's why he sticks out for other reviewers. He's an angry video game nerd of cartoons, and that's what I found appealing to him. Yada yada yada. You get the idea.
Think of that for a second.
Mr. Enter isn't the only SpongeBob demographic, nor the only Family Guy demographic, nor the Powerpuff Girls or My Little Pony demographics. I, myself, am not the only demographic for anything I review. The Nostalgia Critic isn't the only demographic for what he reviews. Pie Guy Rules isn't the only demographic for what he reviews. I could go on. But if you don't see what I'm saying yet, let me spell it out for you. He doesn't need to be the only demographic for the Looney Tunes to have an opinion on it. So what if his obsession about a lack of Daffy Duck is stupid? The point overall is that there's a severe lack of characters to a Looney Tunes reboot, and you are going to want those characters for said reboot. That's the overall point. And again, as far as I'm concerned, that is a legitimate complaint to have. Please find better points to argue. I'm tired of repeating myself.
But hey, maybe I'm overreacting.
Maybe. After all, the show is still new, and it's got plenty of time to allow the other Looney Tunes characters to get featured, like Elmer Fudd, who the creator said isn't going to be in this show. Oh. Well, how about Daffy, who hasn't been confirmed to appear in this show either?
Well, at least they're not going to take Taz, rename him Theodore Tasmanian, and make him an accountant. Nope. At least they're not going to do that.
Why is that a bad thing? I'm just asking. Why the hell is that a bad thing?
Because it's a reboot that doesn't stay true to its original source. If you actually listen to the points you sped up to get out of the way, you would have seen that the creators of Wabbit are glimpsing over some really iconic characters. And the one that was confirmed to be in the show is completely getting their personality and character changed. May I ask you something, CommentJack? Stranger to stranger. How do you feel about Teen Titans Go? A show that does very similar things that Wabbit does when it comes to the characters in the show. You know, virtually everything they can to not have the characters in the show while having the characters in the show. Do you at all have an opinion on Teen Titans Go, be it positive or negative? Because I'd love to hear back from you.
So, that's Wabbit, and guess what? I hate it! Granted, I like it slightly better than the Looney Tunes show, but with its generic character designs, lazy new characters, and lack of original Looney Tunes characters, this show is not even close to being a spiritual successor to the original shorts. You were so close, Warner Brothers!
But you just said that they're not even close!
Finally, we reached 2 good points, and we're basically done with the video. But there's a few points I want to skip to.
Dumbass! Even ignoring that they can. Ignoring the fact that they can and did. People don't make reboots to compare themselves to the classics.
Actually, they kind of do to some extent. If they really didn't want to be compared, they would have made new characters with new settings, not take characters and settings they're already in. I mean, sure, one could argue that people make reboots for the sake of putting their favorite characters into stories the original show wouldn't, but to that I say, if you wanted to make fan work of these shows, we have YouTube for that now. Hell, we've had it when a lot of these reboots came out. Sure, maybe not all reboots were out when YouTube was, and sure, back then, I would say, sure, I can agree to that point, but nowadays, there's just no point to reboots. Especially if you refuse to keep established characters in character or keep true to the source material. That's just kind of how reboots work in the eyes and minds of a lot of people, except people like yourself who just can't seem to understand how character creation and development should work.
They do it because they want to bring classic characters back to life.
If that's the case, then why do you argue against such points as making Taz the Tasmanian Devil Theodore the Accountant? Why have you ever argued against the lack of classic characters like Elmer Fudd and Daffy Duck, who, as Ben even said in this video, are either not confirmed at all or not to be in the show? Even by your standards, Jack, Wabbit fails as a reboot due to the lack of characters. If they are trying to bring classic characters back to life, then why does Wabbit refuse to do that with however long Ben has watched it for, when again, the 2 episodes the last reboot had in 2011 showcased 10 fucking characters that were brought back to life. Way over double the amount of classic characters Wabbit showcased.
And people will not give a shit if they're not as good as the classics.
Aside from, you know, every reviewer and critic alive!
Why? Because they're still of a very good quality.
Debatable. See Teen Titans Go for more details.
Because I'm so fucking pissed off. Final thoughts. Ben, Eddie the Scammer, learn from his mistakes. Mr. Enter, learn from his mistakes. Sammy the fucking classic Sonic fan, learn from his mistakes. But you, all you learned after 1.5 years was how to edit video footage. You still don't know how the whole it's a persona and it's over the top thing works. Yes, the arguments can be over exaggerated, but in some way they're still reasonable. You basically say that this show is crap just because you want it to be something that is not made out to be.
Except a reboot is what it sets out to be, and fails on every level. It is, as stated before, the Bugs Bunny and Yosemite Sam show featuring generic Squirrel and Bigfoot. If it really was not set out to be a reboot, why not make new characters instead of taking established ones? Ones that have character in them already. Just taking these characters alone makes it set out to be a reboot.
Wabbit may not be as good as the original shorts, but it's still a very good show. as per this video, this is Ben Looney's equivalent of pixels. It might not be his worst review, but the fact that Ben Looney still won't realize why people have been criticizing him for the last 7 years is unacceptable.
I find this hypocrisy! I find this hypocrisy! I find it!
From my research, you don't seem to fix a lot of your issues either. People criticize you for interrupting with nothing of value to say. People have poked at your monotone delivery and lack of self-awareness, and on top of that, people take the piss out of you for not understanding humor. And yet, in this video alone, I have pointed out where you've done all of the above.
Say what you want about Mr. Enter. At least when he fails, we can see that he's trying. We can see some reason and some logic behind his arguments. And at least he has a decent avatar and a decent mic quality.
Oh, the fanboy is strong with this one indeed. Ben the Looney only made 1 point, but that point was a valid one. His whole video was that 1 point, yet you criticized that 1 point instead of asking him to make more than 1 point. As for Enter's quote, unquote, decent avatar, I'm sorry. Which one? The one he barely uses at all? The one that doesn't have more than one facial expression and looks as disapproving as you can possibly get? The one he probably didn't even draw himself looking at his DeviantArt? That decent avatar? Yeah, good luck convincing me. Second, Mr. Enter is trying? Is that why he writes off critics as trolls and still has a massive ego, while he refused to listen to his detractors who are giving him legitimate things to fix? You don't have to fool me, Jack. Honestly, you're only lying to yourself. And your words pointed right back at you.
In other words, you fail!
Final verdict. Honestly, I'm unsure whether or not I have anything else to add. I have basically reiterated my points 1 billion fucking times in this video. Hyperbolically speaking, of course. So, for my final verdict, I'm basically just gonna say nothing. So, I guess I'll see you guys next time. Take care.